Y'all.
Half she sit and the queen of shit, but she thinks she God. Please believe her name is Osada Great Escape. Angela Davis, keep safe. With a Mandela, refuse break. I'm anime, refuse cake. I see straight through cause the latest day. In standing loop, I got things to say. With Shirley, tears in my pave the way. The whole queen, Tame Slate. Better shit vibes, I mean my Malcolm. Black love is the only outcome. I won't stop until y'all have some. I'm not set, this shit gon' happen. I'm on shoot, I'm blessed altar. I'm maybe I bless Walter. I'm on the coon, I drop my daughter. I'm all your, I cannot falter. I'm the one to give birth to stars. Master soul, how work these bars. Series B to the earth to Mars. KOS reverse the stars. So now.
And why don't you now know where it was then? Where did it go? Where did you lose it? Who took it? And how did you get it? What song did you speak? How did the man make your song? Where is your history? How did the man wipe out your history? How did the man, what did the man do to make you a done? That you are right now.
Peace and power to everyone.
Peace and power, free the land.
Free the land by any means necessary.
Free the land.
Free the land.
All right, just playing a couple of commercials as we get ready here.
Peace, family that's joining. This is a panel that we did a while back. I'm just letting it play right now. We're going to start the film in a little bit, though. But this is a panel, a great panel that we did within the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa, talking about what is African-centered education.
I really enjoy this about this school.
But we're gonna get started in a little bit.
Everybody's pretty much saying it's a safe space, and we can always be able to feel like we can open up to our classmates and our teachers. So that's what I look.
Like and share. Just let everybody know that we live.
They promote not being afraid to ask for help. Something positive about the Hoover Academy is this is a safe space, and you can be able to say whatever you want to say without being embarrassed. Just like how Amani said, I've been able to sometimes I can be shy talking around people, but y'all taught me not to be shy and everything. This is a very good school. The part that I love about this is when we do ancestor reverence and African history. I think this is the greatest school I've ever went to because you teach me about my history, and at the other schools they never taught me one thing about my history. They just taught the only black people they talked about at my other schools were like Carter G. Woodson, Martin Luther King, and I think that's it. So you guys helped me learn my true history.
You don't grow, busting guns, you don't manufacture, and trapping out of houses you didn't build. Using your poor. This is for my young brothers. Talented, strong, ambitious, but misguided. Fear because of your potential and paid handsomely not to reach it. Claiming a hood you're having your educated to take over. Running streets that you don't really run and going to war against other hoods that you can't acquire. Moving dope you don't grow, busting guns you don't manufacture, and trapping out of houses you didn't build. Using your poetry to boost your bravado, not knowing that you're really showing us how much of a man you're not. Wrapping poverty up in gold and diamonds, driving it around in fancy cars, walking it into yours, but never really leaving it behind because poverty is just as much a mentality as it is a situation. Bragging yourself to your own downfall, calling death to your own door, claiming brotherhood but rapping about fake friends, loving children you hardly see while hating and abusing women you can't stay away from. All these contradictions, but you're a real one. You can put on a suit, but to them you're still one. So the cure is inside of you. I know you know what needs to be done. You just fear the work that it takes to get it done. But I promise, when you grow, manufacture, and own more than you beg, borrow, and destroy, you'll see the world different. That's not an op, that's your brother, and that's not a bitch, that's your mother. I'm Baba Amin. It's been a minute.
Why are we being so quiet?
Pearl like your goals, like that treasure. Peace and power, scholars. I hope everybody had a powerful weekend. All right, today's writing prompt, today's African proverb is simply this. Pearls don't lie on the seashore. If you want one, You have to dive for it. I'm gonna say it again. Pearls don't lie on the seashore. If you want one, you have to dive for it, right? So let's look at the pearl like your goals, like that treasure. That your goal is that treasure, what you want to achieve, being a data analyst, being a lawyer, being an anthropologist, right? Being an entrepreneur, right? That's your pearl. Getting your education, that's your pearl. Well, y'all, pearls, which are the true treasures of the sea, they don't lie on the shore. The shore, right, is the beginning of the ocean. It's the land. It's where the water meets the land, right? If all the treasures were on the shore, anyone could get one. But no, if you want a pearl, and what makes a pearl so precious is that you have to dive to get one. You have to dive in the ocean, fight the currents, right? You have to navigate the darkness of the sea. Then you have to find the clam or the oyster or clam that contains the pearl. So there's painstaking effort that goes into finding a pearl. And it's going to take painstaking effort, incredible effort to achieve your goals. Your goals are not just sitting in front of you for you to easily grab. You got to dive for them. You have to work for them. You have to study for them. You have to listen. You know what I'm saying? You have to adapt. You have to get knocked down and get back up. If you're going to achieve anything in life, you got to be willing to go through what it takes to get there. And you have what it takes. And whenever it gets tough, when you're working towards your goals and it seems like they're far away or it's too much work to get there, remind yourself of this proverb. Pearls don't lie on the seashore. If you want one, you have to dive for it. Do you have what it takes to dive for your pearls? If not, that's what we're here for. We're here to get you in that kind of shape. We're here to get you in the shape that you need to be in to achieve your goals at a high level. It's not supposed to be easy, but it's guaranteed to be worth it. Pearls don't lie on the seashore. If you want one, you have to dive for it. Your goals are not just sitting in your lap. If you want to achieve them, you have to work for them. Today, I want you to write what this proverb means to you. And after you write what this proverb means to you, I want you to write how it applies to your life. What's your pearl? What's your pearl? What's that goal, that ultimate goal that you want to achieve? And what type of diving do you have to do? Or what type of work do you have to do in order to get there? You can also write a story and have this proverb as the moral of your story. Pearls don't lie on the seashore. If you want one, you have to dive for it. I can't wait to read. No, I'm looking forward to reading what you write. Enjoy yourselves. Peace. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Y'all let me know if you hear me. Somebody let me know in the chat if you can hear a brother. Let me know. Mic check. I'm getting a reading here. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting a reading where I'm at. I want to make sure that I'm loud and clear. So if somebody could let me know in the chat, you know what I'm saying, if you hear me, if we have good audio. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Hey, peace and power to everyone out there. Black power to everyone out there that's joining me today, joining us today. We're going to watch a powerful documentary this afternoon. You know what I'm saying? We're going to watch a powerful peace and power, Miss Lamb. Yes, please speak to one another. And if you have a Black-owned business, please make sure that you put it in the chat. We cannot spread the dollars if we don't spread the word. All right. And let's take some time out and share the video as well. Share the video as well. Okay. Take some time out and do that if you don't mind. All right. Kind of let people know that we're on. You want to like and share, and let's start spreading spreading the word. I know I'm streaming live on Facebook. I'm streaming live on YouTube right now as well. All right. So let's definitely get the word out, y'all. Let's get the word out and let people know what's going on. All right. All right. But for those of you who are here, I have a belief that everyone is here that's supposed to be here. All right. And folks can always catch the replay. Fam, it's been a minute. I mean that literally. I haven't gone live in a minute. I haven't been speaking lately. I've been focused on the Uhuru Academy, just working every day with the youth and developing the school, working the administrative aspect of it and growing our organization. And so I haven't been out here, y'all. I ain't been out, how they say, outside. I ain't been outside. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been outside, man. I haven't been speaking. I haven't been doing my morning bills. And that's cool. It's cool because, we have work to do, and sometimes, when duty calls, you have to focus on that. You know what I'm saying? That's what you have to focus on. And it takes away from certain things. But at the same time, I know that when our voices are out here, when I'm out here speaking, it promotes the work. Right? It promotes the work. It lets people know what we're doing. It's also a way to serve the community as well. And so when I'm away, I feel that, I feel like, oh man, I need to get black, but at the same time, you can only get black when you're ready. You can only get back out there when it's time. And so it's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to just be able to serve and get on. And man, we're going to watch a very powerful documentary about Dr. King. And this documentary called In the Hour of Chaos. It was released in 2016, right? And let me look again to see who it was that put this documentary together. It is very interesting because it's actually told from the perspective of Martin Luther King Sr., right? It's actually told from the perspective of Dr. Martin Luther King Sr., right? And what I want to do, it was directed by Bayer Mack. It's directed by Bayer Mack, right? And it's really focused on the trials and tribulations of Dr. Martin Luther King Sr., told from the father's perspective, which is a very unique perspective, right? A very unique perspective when it comes to the story of Dr. King. I mean, who thinks about Dr. Martin Luther King Sr., who was a powerful brother in his own right, right? But how many of us, when we think about Dr. King, do we really think about the family story, right? And I think that's important. I think that we have to get away from these narratives where we just put individuals up on pedestals, right? And build a narrative around them, a happily ever after narrative around them, and then rock. Like when you ask young people, what about Dr. King? What do you know about Dr. King? They'll say he gave a speech called I Have a Dream, right? There's so much more to the story than I Have a Dream, right? There's so much more to his story than I Have a Dream. And also, when we study history, we don't study individuals for individuals' sake. You have to put context around the individuals because no one does anything alone, right? And we're all impacted by our environment. So you never get a true understanding of someone or something unless you study the environment around that person or the environment around that thing, right? And so our story in the mainstream has been reduced to heroes and sheroes with no context, with very little context. Dr. Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream speech, wanted little black boys and black girls to play together. He wanted everybody to love one another. Boom. That's a very convenient definition of Dr. King. Because when you get mad, right, it's convenient, especially for the white power structure. Because if you get mad and at racism, systemic racism, and you want to go at it, they throw that in your face like Dr. King would be ashamed of you. Dr. King was about love. See, that's why I'm about love, because Dr. King was about love, and they guilt you out of economic boycotts. They guilt you out of divesting into white institutions. They guilt you out of defending yourself. And you know what I'm saying? So Dr. King has been weaponized. His story, his narrative has been hijacked and weaponized against the Black Power movement, weaponized against Black economic empowerment. It's been weaponized against that, right? And so we have to go in and dig and get reacquainted with the narrative, right? And context, like one of our guests just said, context is everything. So the documentary we're about to watch, In the Hour of Chaos, does a great job of giving context. As a matter of fact, one of the things that you're going to notice in the documentary is that as we hear people talk, right, there are going to be images on the screen and text on the screen in the background, giving historical context about the time period as this person is talking about something specific to Dr. King or about the King family. So they may be talking about SCLC having an issue in Chicago, and in the backdrop, it'll show Malcolm X exposing SCLC, or it'll show something going on in the background. Man, this is an excellent documentary. It gives context and layers to the life of Dr. King, to his family, because we have to think about the King family, into that generation, man, that generation during the civil rights era, the 1950s, the 1960s, the youth of the 1960s, what they had to navigate, what they were going through. And it touched me personally. This video, it touches me personally because it speaks to some of the hardships that comes with standing up that we get accustomed not to talk about. We have to walk and look like everything is okay. But this documentary, it's going to make you reflect, especially if you're an activist, especially if you're someone who's active in the Black community, if you're a Black entrepreneur and you're standing on principles, trying to get things done, if you're holding on to your family, keeping your family together in the midst of chaos, right? This documentary is going to speak to you. I have a newfound respect for that entire generation. I mean, I won't say newfound. I've always had tremendous respect for that entire generation. But when you watch this documentary, when I watch this film, that respect is just stamped. It's stamped extra. It humanizes. This is going to humanize a lot of people that we may look at as heroes, sheroes, or just sellouts. Well, it's going to humanize, and it's going to show us that most of us are a little bit of both. That most of us gonna be on multiple sides of the fence in our lifetime, and we make bad decisions, and you know what I'm saying. And so it humanizes it. And it humanizes the civil rights struggle, the human rights struggle, the Black Power struggle, right? And I just love it. It just comes with it gives us a powerful perspective, on everything that went on. So it's going to lay down some historical context. It's going to talk about what Black people were going through, how Black people were living during this time, and again, that's going to be the backdrop to talking about Dr. King. But it's going to be told through the voice, not through the voice, but through the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Sr. Tell me in the chat, has anybody seen this documentary before, In the Hour of Chaos? Has anybody ever seen it? I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm at the right one, though. In the Hour of Chaos. All right. Let's see here. All right. And where are we at? Let's go here. All right. And let me make sure I'm in the right place. All right. And let me go here. Boom. That's actually the Facebook page. Hold up. Let me go back in here and do that again. All right. Yes, Ms. Lamb, you can definitely dual stream it. No problem at all. All right, let's see here. Share this screen, share this screen. In the Hour of Chaos. There it is. Share. Boom. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're cooking with grease. You know what? I need to use two screens. That'll make this a lot easier, right? But again, looking at the civil rights movement, and I know a lot of brothers and sisters who are Black nationalists. There's a lot about Dr. King's philosophy that we don't get with. You know what I'm saying? And the philosophy of the SCLC that we don't get with, that we respectfully disagree with. You know what I'm saying? And I continue to stand on that, right? My profound respect for Dr. King and his family, and it's really an outgrowth of my respect for that whole generation and what that generation went through and fought. This documentary is going to expose some things. It's going to challenge some things. It's going to mention some things. In no way am I streaming this to disrespect Dr. King's legacy. I'm not streaming this for controversy's sake. You know what I'm saying? This is purely educational. This is purely educational. This is purely us exercising our right to look back, look at multiple perspectives of our history and discuss those perspectives and learn from those perspectives. Ashe? All right. And so with that being said, giving honor unto the ancestors, you know what I'm saying? We're going to go ahead and get started. Let's do this.
I knew Martin's big problem in deciding whom to marry was his great love and respect for his father, the Reverend Martin Luther King Sr., or Daddy King, as he was affectionately called by family and friends. Martin was co-pastor at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, which Daddy King had led since 1931, and the two of them were very close. Whatever Martin might say about deciding for himself, I recognized that his father might be the determining factor due to the strong influence he had on his son. I wondered whether if his father said no, Martin would give in to him. My friend Mary Powell told me Reverend King Sr. wanted his son to marry a girl in Atlanta and doubted if Martin would make the final decision himself. Needless to say, my first trip to Atlanta and meeting with Daddy King was not an unqualified success.
I didn't pay much attention to Coretta that first time. I wanted ML to marry another girl, and I wanted to marry him soon. From the moment she arrived, I knew ML was very much in love with her. This worried me a bit. There were so many girls who liked him. They were pushing him.
When I stepped off the train, Martin and Mary were there to meet me. We drove out the station into the mass of traffic on Peachtree Street. We traveled several blocks, turned a couple of corners, then stopped. Martin's mother got into the car. I had not expected to meet her so soon and was put a little off balance. Mrs. King is a short woman, meticulously and fashionably dressed. She is a little hard to know at first, not unlike my own mother. Even so, I was somewhat nervous. Her greeting was polite, but casual. We drove first to the King's big yellow brick house on Boulevard. It was a lovely home, and it gave me a new view of Martin's background and some new problems. I did not understand then that the King family was entirely wrapped up into the Ebenezer Church and its congregation. When I saw their comfortable home, all I could think about was the well-known, rather close social life of the Negro middle class of Atlanta. I had heard about their clubs and social functions and their exclusiveness. I was a little concerned about how the family would react to me, an outsider, as well as how I would like the atmosphere. I met Martin's father for the first time that day. He was a big man. One could feel his strength of character as well as his physical power. He was gentle and courteous, but somewhat casual, like Mrs. King. I also met Martin's younger brother, A.D., his wife, Naomi, and their charming little girl, Alvita, who called me Coco. I had met Martin's sister, Christine, when she was visiting him in Boston during the spring holidays. She greeted me with genuine warmth and friendliness.
We were very close. There was another brother. So the three of us were very close as we grew up. We did things together, and like children, different from what most people would think about Martin Luther King, that he was so saintly, but he was a typical boy as we were growing up. We lived just on Auburn Avenue, and my younger brother was just a little bit more daring than we were.
Daddy King said A.D. wasn't particularly interested in school or church as a young man. He ran off and got married at 17 and started a family, but he eventually got straight, as Dad liked to say, and decided to go to Morehouse.
A.D. went out and got himself a job selling insurance. And he did this without asking me for help through my contacts. I was annoyed at the time, but looking back, I liked his doing it that way.
The Republican Party presents a united front following the bitterly contested 25th Republican National Convention, which saw General Eisenhower win over Senator Taft on the first ballot, 845 to 280. A tumultuous convention greets the nomination of the general who has become Mr. Eisenhower following his resignation from the Army. A second ovation follows when Senator Noland of California pays tribute to the vice presidential nominee,
Senator Richard Nixon of California.
Mike's running mate is probably the youngest vice presidential candidate in history. Senator Richard Nixon is only 39.
In November, Martin's father and mother came to Boston to visit him. That brought things to a head. Daddy King began to realize that there were no other girls around. He started asking Martin about the girls he had known before he met me and found that they just did not exist anymore. He talked to me about it one afternoon with Martin sitting right there. He said,
Coretta, do you take my son seriously?
I said no, but I thought he was referring to something Martin had just said. He said,
I'm glad to hear you say that. You know, I don't understand this young man. He's gone out with the finest girls, beautiful girls.
Daddy King set her up.
Fine families. Those girls have a lot to offer.
By this time, I was getting a little irritated, and I said rather sternly, I have something to offer too. Reverend King seemed to pay no attention. He went on to tell me about the girl in Atlanta.
A fine family. A very talented, wonderful personality. We love that girl. I don't know what ML is going to decide, but I'm glad to hear you say you don't take him seriously. Because unless you know my son better than I do, I would advise you not to.
I think I do know him better than you do, I said to myself. All that time, Martin had not said a word. He just sat there, grinning like an embarrassed schoolboy. I sat there thinking, why don't you say something? At last, Martin got up and he went into the other room where his mother was. He told her about me, but he did not tell his father.
Bunch had met Coretta only briefly, and though their exchanges were very cordial, I didn't have the impression that they really hit it off too well. Coretta and I sat and talked for several minutes. She was planning a career on the concert stage, which I hardly thought was appropriate for a young woman seeing a young man from a strict Baptist upbringing and background. Perhaps I suggested she would find much more in common with someone from our own field of interest.
When Martin drove me home, he was displeased with me. He feared I had not made a good impression on his father. Years later, Reverend King told me how concerned he was that Martin had made the wrong choice, and how Christine had said, "She's a fine girl, you must accept it, because Martin is going to marry her." Daddy King also said that he was influenced by the fact that his little granddaughter, Alvita, was so fond of Coco and kept asking about her. In spite of all my worries, it was a lovely wedding. My sister Edith was maid of honor, and AD was Martin's best man. Daddy King performed the short, simple service. At our request, he left out the bride's promise to obey. He didn't object to this departure from custom because by this time, he learned that on some issues, the thinking of young people was different than his.
Those of my race who depend on bettering their condition in a foreign land, or who underestimate the importance of cultivating friend relations with the southern white man, who is their next door neighbor, I would say, cast down your bucket where you are. Cast it down, making friends every manly way of the people of all races by whom you are surrounded.
In Atlanta, I learned more about Martin's family and his growing up than he had ever told me. His father had come from a small town outside of Atlanta called Stockbridge. Daddy King's youth was miserable.
My father, James Albert King, was a lean, tough little fellow, very wiry and strong. As a young man, he worked in a rock quarry near town, but lost part of his right hand in an explosion one day. He became quite bitter about this in later years. My mother, Delia Lindsay, met my father a short while after his accident. They married there in Stockbridge, and because she was from farming people and never afraid of work a day in her life, the two of them decided to set up housekeeping and work some acres of cotton for a local landowner named Graves. But this man would never do right by my daddy. He and Papa clashed more than once. As time went along, and my daddy took to drinking a lot of whiskey, he came to have a look of a very quiet but very serious fire in his eyes, and more people just left him alone. A man reaches a point in circumstances like that where he just doesn't care anymore. Not about living, not about pain, not about his anger, or anything else. Most folks in the country come to learn that it's best to leave a man like this to himself, not to push him too far. My mother was a different sort of person. She had a temper too, maybe even worse than Papa's in some ways, because it was so deep in her that anything bringing it out was bringing out some real trouble.
I favor, and if elected, will urge with all my power the elimination of the Negro from politics as the best possible solution of the race problem for both whites and blacks. Disenfranchisement can be accomplished by legal and constitutional methods, just as it has been adopted in North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Virginia, without disenfranchising a single white man. If elected, I would oppose with all my power the enactment of any legislation that would have the effect of disenfranchising a single white voter in Georgia. Hoke Smith, August 1906.
Atlanta, Georgia considered itself to be a prime example of how whites and blacks could live together in racial harmony. However, with the end of the American Civil War, an increased tension between working-class blacks and whites began over increasing rights for African Americans, which included the right to vote. With these increased rights, blacks began entering the realm of politics, establishing businesses, and gaining notoriety as a stratifying social class in the eyes of the white population. These newly acquired African American rights and status brought increased competition between blacks and whites for jobs and heightened class distinctions. Tensions came to a boil with the gubernatorial election of 1906, in which M. Hoke Smith and Clark Howell competed for the Democratic nomination. Both candidates were looking to find ways to disenfranchise black voters, which they felt could throw the election to the other men. Both candidates used their influence to incite white voters and help spread the fear that whites may not be able to maintain their current social order. Saloons and bars that were run and frequented by black citizens were said to have nude pictures of women, some of whom were white. On September 22, 1906, Atlanta newspapers reported 4 sexual assaults on local white women. Following the report, several dozen white men and boys began gathering, beating, stabbing, and shooting blacks in retaliation. Black men and women were thrown from trolley cars, assaulted with clubs, and pelted with stones. 10 blacks were killed and many injured. In the years after the riot, African Americans were most likely to live in settled black communities. These communities were most likely found to the west of the city, near Atlanta University, or in eastern downtown. Black businesses were dispersed to the east, where the thriving Sweet Auburn Black Business District soon developed.
A neighbor of ours had an ailing cow which couldn't give milk one spring. Mama was always a believer in the redeeming value of sharing. So one morning she filled the bucket with milk, set a large chunk of butter floating in it, and sent me to carry it over to this neighbor. Heading there, I had to pass the local sawmill, where I stopped to watch the work going on. As I watched, a man approached me, and I recognized him as the mill owner. He had a reputation for being hard and mean when he wanted to be, which was most of the time. "Say, boy," he called to me, "run get a bucket of water for my man from down at the stream." As politely as I knew how, I told him I was doing an errand for my mother, and I had to be moving on. Well, this just infuriated him. Before I could move, he grabbed my shirt and pulled me toward him. I started struggling to get away, and the shirt tore all to pieces. He kicked the bucket of milk and butter from my head, spilling everything on the ground. I was so frightened about what Mama would do to me for not getting this to the neighbor where she sent, that I actually reached down to try and scoop the butter back into the bucket. The mill owner kicked me. His boot thudded against my ear and sent me falling backward. He was coming after me again when I managed to scramble up back to my feet, just in time to feel his fist smash against my mouth. I fell down again, so dizzy now I couldn't scarcely see. Someone had lifted me up to my feet. Some of the mill workers were holding the owner, and the man who helped me up was yelling to me to take off and get on home, or wherever I was going. When I finally reached our little cabin several minutes later, Mama was in the front yard with my sisters washing clothes in a big iron tub over a fire. She took one look at me and dropped all the clothes she had. "Who did this to you, Michael?" she asked. I was too shaken to speak and just stood there, trembling over the thought of Mama whipping me for not getting my errand finished. "Michael," she screamed, "who did this?" Moments later, we were retracing my steps back to the mill. Mama had a grip on my wrist that squeezed like an iron vice. and I never in my young life seen a look in her eyes as cold, as furious as the one that was there now. When we reached the mill, I tried to pull back away from her. The mill owner was standing right out in front of the place, laughing with some of his men. Mama pulled me along with her and stopped right in front of her. "Did you do this to my child?" she asked. My torn shirt was hanging loose off my shoulders.
Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
"Woman," the mill owner yelled, "you lost your mind? Get the hell out of here before I have never seen my mother move so quickly. She leaped at this man, dug her shoulder into his middle, and knocked him back against the side of the mill shed. The mill owner was shocked. He tried to grab a hold of her, but she tripped him up and he fell to the ground. Mama jumped down on him, pounding away at his face. The mill owner pushed and turned, but he couldn't get Mama off him. She raised up and brought both fists down across his nose, and blood spurted out his face all over the ground. Then she got up. Her eyes were like coals blazing out of their sockets. "You can kill me," she shouted, "but if you put a hand on a child of mine, you'll answer." Mama pulled me away from the mill, and we went home.
Oh, look. All right, I had to pause it right there. Whooped him. Mess with a black woman's child if you want to. Right. So I just had to pause right there. So I don't, because that's important to me. That's an important scene to remind us, black, we ain't no punk now. Yeah, people wasn't walking around, just trembling and scared back then. You could push a people so far. And obviously that white mill owner pushed that black woman she pushed that black woman too far. And she went to that mill and put a whooping on that white boy. Put a whooping. I want you to imagine being so passionate about something, defending your child, that during this time, remember this was during the Atlanta riots. This was a new governor who just declared that the disenfranchisement of black people was the number one thing on the agenda. This was Jim Crow. This was the birth, the genesis when it was popular, riding high. And MLK Sr. got assaulted by that white dude, came home, mama saw it, found that white dude who was the boss at the mill and put a whooping on him, basically saying, "You crossed the line." I mean, say, "You can kill me." Think about that. She said, "You can kill me, but if you gonna touch a child of mine, say you're gonna hear about it." Y'all, that's the attitude we need to have today. Miseducate our children. We need to march up there and say, "No, you're not gonna harm mine. You're not gonna harm my children. You're not gonna harm our children. You crossing the line." She wasn't worried about what was gonna happen to her at that point. She wasn't worried about it. And she put a whooping on that man. Love it. Love it. Mess with a black woman if you want to. Mess with a black woman if you want to. Let's keep going.
It's fair and truthful to say that I was always a little closer to my mother than my father. Papa and I had a somewhat difficult relationship on many accounts. Mama would take me to every church service she attended, and I think he always resented this a little. I was his first son. He expected me to follow in all his footsteps, be just like him on almost every point. But Papa was a farmer. More specifically, he was a sharecropper, which meant he was locked into a kind of work he hated, a kind that could take him nowhere. It was a life he was never able to escape. Sometimes it seemed to me that he wanted all of his children, certainly all of his sons, to stay out there with him, growing old on somebody else's land, just waiting to die. Church was a way to ease the harsh toll of farm life, a way to keep from descending into bitterness. Papa was not religious, and although I don't think he was very enthusiastic about my attending so many church affairs, he never interfered with Mama's taking me.
A young Southern journalist named William English Walling happened.
All right, y'all. So pay attention. Make sure you're paying attention to what's going on in the background. Make sure you're reading what's on the screen. Make sure you're paying attention to what's going on historically while the story is being told. All right. Now we're about to get into the birth of the NAACP and just the shaping of Black thought here in America, you know, the resistance and how we're fighting. This is just, oh man, it's so interesting. Just check it out. All right.
Happened to cover the Springfield race riot of 1908. His article caught the eye of Mary White Ovington, a wealthy white social worker and philanthropist who lived in New York City. She got in touch with Walling, and with the help of Dr. Henry Moskowitz, another social worker, they drafted a call for racial justice. In 1909, on Lincoln's birthday, the call was published in the New York Evening Post by publisher Oswald Garrison Villard. The call pointed out that Georgia had just completed the Second Confederacy by joining all the other states of the Old South in disenfranchising the Negro. They later met in Cooper Union in New York City and laid plans to turn the manifesto into an organization. In 1910, these plans led to the birth of the NAACP. Those founding white liberals had one embarrassing problem. The NAACP was long on conscience, but short on contacts with Negroes.
So yes, the NAACP was actually founded by white liberals. Okay, the NAACP was founded by white, quote unquote, liberals. Right now, a white liberal can still be a white supremacist. Okay, a white liberal is someone who believes that you should have those basic rights, but a white liberal is not necessarily someone who believes that you're equal. That's something that we need to understand, right? But yes, white liberals founded the NAACP, but the thing is, they founded it, ain't have no black members. So they had to go out and get some black people to come in to legitimize what they were doing. They were long on conscience and short on black folks. So just very interesting development. You know what I'm saying? Just a very interesting development, because now you see the business behind freedom. You're starting to see the business behind civil rights, behind the politics, right? Because now this is a shift. This is how can we exploit the situation? This isn't just black people should be equal, black people should be free. No, how can we leverage this information for more power? How can we leverage the black dollar? How can we leverage, you know what I'm saying, black political power? If we give them the vote, if we hold the black vote, whichever party, you know what I'm saying, that's courting us, you know, we'll have a whole voting block with us. right? Right. So this is like you say, a disguise. Okay, the NAACP was established as a white supremacist disguise. All right, because think about it, y'all. There are several ways to help black people. They could have took up arms. They could have launched a second civil war. Who went to war with us when the Democrats decided? And black people were voting Republican, right? Because that was the party of Lincoln. Okay, and wait till y'all find out why we vote Democrat. That's going to be exposed in here too. But because the Republican Party was a party of Lincoln, who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, black people voted Republican every year, right? Just like we all vote Democrat now, 90% of us voted Republican then, right? And that caused black people to take over politically in a lot of cities, in a lot of towns. Okay. The Second Confederacy was at the end of Reconstruction when white folks in the South say, no, we want our power back. Like in Wilmington, North Carolina. And I believe they're going to talk about Wilmington, when the Democratic Party basically launched a violent coup and took over Wilmington, North Carolina, and got away with it. The Democratic Party is the party that initiated most of the stereotypes that we have to deal with today. And they did it because they wanted to destroy black political power and disenfranchise black people. How ironic that the party that we vote for 90% of the time today is the first of the political parties to actively disenfranchise us through terror, through violence at the turn of the 20th century. How ironic is that? And then when that attack was launched, the party that we had been voting for since Lincoln, since we got the 15th Amendment, since we started voting, didn't fight back, didn't resist. They compromised the lives of black people. And herein lies the first political betrayal of black people. So you got one party attacking black people, the other party betraying black people, and now you have an economic agenda being laid down by the NAACP meant to exploit black people. Let's keep going.
The problem was solved when enough money was raised to hire W.E.B. Du Bois as Director of Publicity and Research. Du Bois, who had been having trouble keeping his own Niagara movement in funds.
I love Du Bois, but he was a token
with him
for the NAACP.
At school, other children would tell Daddy King he smelled like a mule, and most likely he did. He would say, I may smell like a mule, but I don't think like one. He left home and started walking toward Atlanta with his only pair of shoes slung over his shoulder. As he went past the plantation owner's brick house, he told himself,
someday I'm going to be a director of a bank like that, man.
At that time, his chances looked small. He had only a 6th grade education from the little plantation school in Stockbridge, but he had a football player's build, a good brain, and a spirit as strong as his body.
Firing coal in the steam engine wasn't just hard, it was very dangerous. Men were thrown out of trains, moving around turns and killed. But I wanted a shot at that cash, and I knew that any success in a place like the Yards meant keeping up on the good side of the whites. I heard the talk of how the unions up north were so much stronger, and the men were so much better off. I watched men betray each other by reporting on them as union organizers. And I watched as Negroes were passed over because they said something whites thought was said the wrong way. The political economy of segregation made it a difficult system to oppose. Poor blacks and whites were taught to hate each other. Businessmen made money from both sides, and none of them was about to change. I found
another situation that's so familiar: the rich exploiting the ignorance of the poor. In capitalism is based off exploitation, right? And what you can't exploit by force, you exploit by narrative. You exploit mentally. You exploit through education. That's why we focus on education at the Uhuru Academy. Here you have a situation where you have a rich industrial class, right? And you have a working class that's starting to demand equal rights, right? And so how does the rich exploitative capitalist class deal with that? By making sure that white workers get something that black workers are not going to get, and that's white. That's the title, white. You get to be white. That's what you get. You get white pride. I'm not giving you a raise. I'm not giving you benefits, but what I'll give you is white pride. Don't unite with them. Keep them divided. Don't identify with them, because at the end of the day, yes, I'm exploiting you, right? But we're going to exploit him together. We're going to exploit. I won't give him as much as I give you. Even though I ain't paying you nothing, look at what I'm going to pay him. And now I'm going to give you white supremacy. I'm going to give you something to brag about. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give you something to brag. Y'all, this is the birth of that. This is the birth of that. These aren't just attitudes that pop up out of a toaster. This was planned. Our status in this society, planned, orchestrated. What you've been taught in school, planned, orchestrated for a desired result. This documentary is making it plain. Making it plain. Let's get back to it.
Work in a vulcanizing shop where auto tires were made. After a month, when the boss turned me down a raise, I quit. The same afternoon, I had a job loading bales of cotton. The pay was lower than what I earned in the tire plant, but I didn't feel cheated. So I remained there for several months before I found a decent job driving a truck for a business that sold and repaired barber chairs. This job paid fairly well, and I found a nice place to live and a couple of friends who were also planning futures in the ministry. Best of all, Mama went out one day and sold a cow the family had and used the money to buy me a used Model T Ford. When she had Papa drive up there to Atlanta with it, I'd never been happier in my life. Nothing I now felt could stop me. Nothing.
I have never been able to bring myself to believe that Christian forbearance alone is powerful enough to remove the obstacles that whites have thrown in the way of equality for Negroes.
I ain't gonna keep doing this, y'all, but notice they said between 1914, 1917, 161 blacks were lynched. That's just what was documented. You know, and I say that because now, you know, this the Black Lives Matter era, and when the police, when law enforcement uses excessive force, and we get out of the streets and we talk and we march and we riot and that sort of thing, right? But let's look at what our ancestors and great elders were dealing with. You know, talk about murder, talk about state-sanctioned murder. It's in a new form now, but it's not new. It's not new. This is America's legacy. All right, let's keep moving.
First Amenia Conference had an important turning point for Negro leadership. It took place shortly after the death of Booker T. Washington, and it produced a truce in the fierce quarreling between Washington's conservative followers and the impatient leadership of Dr. Du Bois.
I met a young woman in Atlanta, a very warm and friendly person, Bertha Cheney. Her father was a Methodist minister, an educated, very stately man. Bertha and I started keeping company after a cousin of hers from Stockbridge introduced us at a church supper.
Family, y'all make sure you look up the Amenia Conference, and what you see there, you see a meeting of Negro leaders and some of their white liberal supporters dealing with the Negro question and deciding who's going to fill the void now that Booker T. Washington had died. What direction are we going to take the minds of Black people now? Because see, the problem is white liberals had an idea of what freedom for Black people should look like, not realizing in their white supremacy, right? Not realizing that Black people already had ideas, right? Not realizing that Black people already had ideas, that Black people were not only studying democracy, but studying socialism as well, that Black people were already looking at capitalism and analyzing it as a system, right? And so you saw this Amenia Conference, which is probably one of the first times in history where Black leadership was galvanizing and trying to see where they were going to guide the race and how to navigate dealing with the United States government. Yo, this ain't no joke. It's about more than marching. Let's go.
Bertha was a very lonely young woman, and I suppose this had to do a lot with her willingness to go against prevailing tradition of that era. In Negro communities, there was little social life outside the borders established by church affiliation. When Bertha started to see me, her father reacted angrily. Her mother simply pretended I didn't exist. Bertha herself was old enough, of course, to make her own life. They must have considered me a clown, a comical country bumpkin. I was nothing to them, almost the same way I've been nothing to white men back in the country. After living in Atlanta for a while, I realized to be truly effective, a preacher had to reach people through their minds as well as their feelings. Atlanta didn't have a single high school for Negroes in those days. There was not a library in town that a Black person could use. Learning wasn't easy. Sometimes it seemed impossible. When the register at the Bryant Preparatory School told me I would have to start in 5th grade, I wanted to forget the whole thing. Bertha fell in love with me. I felt extremely unhappy about this because my feelings for her were not so intense. She wanted to marry and have children. Bertha taught me how to use the bank. I carried cash around me, just stuffed it into my pockets where there was room. Bertha helped me open an account for savings. I just give her the money I was putting into my account.
Notice the trials and tribulations. Here you have a young man who's ready for college, and he done left home, and he's trying to get his education. I don't know if he's quite ready for college, but he did find a school. He didn't have access to education where he was, and that was the case for a lot of Black people during that time, particularly in the South, where you didn't have access to education, maybe past 5th or 6th grade. So here he is taking a train, going to the city, right, trying to get in school, and told he got to start in the 5th grade. He had to start from 5th grade as an adult. Then he needed help in learning how to go to the bank, put money in the bank, that sort of thing. So King Senior, along with just like a lot of Black people back in those days, they start from scratch. When you get up and you decide, I want better. I want better for myself. I want better for my family. I'm going to break the cycle of poverty in my family. That was a tall order during that time. a very tall order. So I just want y'all to respect that. And shout out to Citizens Trust Bank, black bank, black owned bank during that time. That's all you had a choice. You could only go to the black banks, right? Which was good for black people. Say that again. That's not a bad thing. Like we say, back in those days, you couldn't go to the white bank. That's a good thing. It's good that you couldn't put your money in a white bank. Why would you want to during that time? Right? Why would you want to during that time? So that was a good thing that we had, that there were black banks, established in certain places, not everywhere, but in certain cities, you had black banks where black people keep their money. The number one black bank though back then, right? And it's probably still the number two today, is that can and that under that mattress. But those who started banking, we did have some black banks during that time. All right, then, here we go. I ain't gonna stop it.
Sometimes I would wonder why I didn't love her. She was attractive, well-informed, had a sense of humor. I enjoyed being with her, but my feelings stopped just short of where Bertha wanted to go. I called on Bertha during the next week and I said I wouldn't be seeing her anymore. I said I wanted to be her friend. She turned to me with fury in her eyes and told me to get out. As I walked down the stairs, she called out to me, "Oh, Mike King, you've got a lot to learn." I walked a little faster, knowing in my heart that she was right.
My mother, my father did not suffer and die to give me an education to slight, oppress, or discourage my people. Because whatsoever education I acquired after their sacrifice of over 300 years, I shall use for the salvation of the 400 million black people of the world. And the day when I forsake my people, may God Almighty say there shall be no more light for you. I unequivocally rejected the racism.
Let's go, Garvey!
Namely, that God had created the black man inferior, and that he had intended Negroes to be a servant class, heroes of wood and bars of water. The life predicated my view of man and the doctrine of Imago Dei. All men, regardless of color, are created in the image of God. Now, from this premise follows the equality of all men and the brotherhood of all men. The biblical injunction of Acts 17:26 reminds us that he created of one blood all nations of men that dwell on the face of the earth. I was most interested in brotherhood within his own race, because if Negroes are created in God's image and Negroes are black, then God must in some sense be black.
So much to look up, y'all. Those in the background, of course, we got Marcus Garvey talking, right? But also at the same time, this is like around 1920. This between 1917, 1920s, right? At the same time, you got black people going off to fight in World War I, right? Fighting it abroad for a country that when they come home, you got to sit in the back of the bus. You come home, you call a boy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the soldiers, the black soldiers of World War I who came home and said, nah, man, if I can die for if I can shoot and die for that, I can shoot and die for me. Right. And shout out to the 37th in Houston, Texas in 1917, marched on the city of Houston because a police officer assaulted a black woman. The police officer assaulted a black woman. One of the black soldiers who was stationed there saw it, intervened, protected the black woman. The police arrested him, handcuffed him, and like cowards, beat him to within an inch of his life and put him in jail. When the black officers from the regiment came to get that soldier out, they refused to let him out of jail. So the black soldiers came back and attacked, took that man out of jail, and went to war with the whites of Houston, Texas. That's what was going on while Daddy King was courting. Like, look at the backdrop. Look at the backdrop of what's happening in society while black people are trying to build lives for themselves. Can you imagine waking up tomorrow and on the news, it's a story about a group of black soldiers who went and attacked the police department? Well, if that hit the news tomorrow, yeah, that hit the news back then, though. Right. So let's go back. I didn't know. So y'all look that up. OK, look that up. Look up the black regiment that took on the city of Houston in 1917. Look that up. All right. All right. Here we go.
white man has the idea of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. We have found a new ideal.
The new black. The new black. It's a big explosion on Wall Street. New political ideas coming to the forefront, and black people are right there in the mix.
Marcus Garvey's success alarmed black leaders as well as white prosecutors. He stirred feelings like Black Moses and raised money like Black Croesus. The problem was he made enemies like a Black Kaiser. In those days, I agreed with A. Philip Randolph, who gave credit to Garvey as a tremendous organizer, while attacking his autocratic ways and his talk of empire at the time when most Negroes were still struggling manfully to make democracy work. Garvey must go was a slogan that turned up regularly in the pages of the Messenger, the magazine that Randolph edited with Chandler Owen.
So again, we're talking about the early 20s. You have the emergence of Marcus Garvey and then UNIA. For those of you who don't know, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, founded by Marcus Garvey and his wife, Amy Ashwood Garvey, was the largest mass movement of black people really in the history of the United States. At one time, the UNIA boasted over 7 million members, and people like W.B. Du Bois and A. Philip Randolph, they feared that, and they were jealous because Garvey had millions of black people sending money into him. They were building black-owned businesses. They were acquiring ships to do international trade. They had their own newspaper, and they were doing it without white liberals. So now you have a black mass movement. Imagine how them Negroes looked to their white liberal friends when here comes this outlier, here comes this outsider from the West Indies, Marcus Garvey, who's preaching economic independence, who's preaching black power, who's preaching nationhood to black people and separation to black people, right? Who's preaching power to black people. And imagine their chagrin when the masses of black people responded. When 7 million black people responded, and not only did 7 million black people respond, I'm talking globally. We talking chapters in South America, chapters in Africa. Garvey never even went to Africa, but the UNIA did. They had chapters in England and all of the islands. So here you have all these new Negroes like W.B. Du Bois, and they talking about integrating and working with the system and becoming first-class citizens, right? Here you have that. But black people responded to this this dark-skinned soldier who's talking about separating and building for yourself in black pride and black is beautiful. He moved a needle on them. So that's why you had Negroes saying Garvey must go. Did they really mean that? Or did the white liberals who were interested in exploiting the black labor and the black dollar tell them to say that? Garvey must go. Yeah, now maybe the 7 million must go. Let's get back to it. There go J. Edgar Hoover.
At one point, there were rumors that Garvey had been dickering with the Ku Klux Klan. Randolph jumped all over him in UNIA. In the crisis, I watched W.E.B. Du Bois try to come to terms with Garvey. But then Garvey denounced him as purely and simply a white man's nigger. In a few years, Du Bois was calling Garvey the most dangerous enemy of the Negro race in America. Even so, Marcus Garvey commanded an awesome power to raise broken spirits and To reach that 9/10 of the black population, Du Bois' talented 10th left out.
I had first seen Alberta Williams on Auburn Avenue in Atlanta, a few yards from her home, the daughter of one of Atlanta's most prominent and respected ministers, the Reverend A.D. Williams of Ebenezer Baptist Church. Miss Williams had recently broken her ankle and was living at home while she recuperated. It was while she was taking a walk on her crutches one day that I saw her. I told my friends I'd fallen in love and planned to get married to this lovely girl from Atlanta, not bothering to tell them that she'd never met me and wouldn't know me from Adam if she saw me walking past her on the street. But then I figured they didn't need to know everything in the world. During the summer of 1920, I asked Alberta to consider a courtship with me.
My countrymen, there isn't anything the matter with the world's civilization except that humanity is viewing it through a vision impaired in a cataclysmal war. Poise has been disturbed and nerves have been racked and fever has rendered men irrational. Sometimes there have been drafts upon the dangerous cup of barbarity. Men have wandered far from safe paths, but the human procession still marches in the right direction. Here in the United States, we feel the reflex rather than the hurting wound itself, but we still think straight, and we mean to act straight, and we mean to hold firmly to all that was ours when war involved us. America's present need is not heroic, but healing. Not nostrums, but normalcy. Not revolution, but restoration.
Notice how they're tying everything in. Garvey is destroyed, and black leadership helped destroy Marcus Garvey. You know, and when you destroy a Marcus Garvey, when you crucify a Marcus Garvey, understand you're crucifying the hopes of millions of black people. When you're saying this man is a fraud, you're telling the masses of black people that you're a fraud. If you follow the fraud, then you must be a fraud. Y'all got to understand that, and this is the black elite, so-called elite. Sellouts partnering with the oppressor, you know what I'm saying, to control the narrative on what it means to be black. And you crucify, and kill Garvey. They crucify and discredited Garvey. When you did that, you crucified and discredited the masses of black people, and they still do that today. The leaders you like ain't the leaders you see. The leaders that you listen to and say, yeah, he's speaking to me. They speaking to me. Those ain't the leaders that you get fed in your media, right? So you're watching the crucifixion of black leadership. You're literally watching how they deliberately chose which leaders we were to look up to and listen to.
Alberta, who I now call Bunch, which is short for Honey Bunch, urged me to involve myself in my studies more. Reverend Williams advised me to look into taking some courses at Morehouse College. So in the fall of 1926, I walked into the Morehouse Register's office and told the young man that I was ready to start college. Bunch and I were married on Thanksgiving Day, November 25th, 1926. It was one of the grandest occasions of my life. In September of 1927, our first child was born, and we named her Willie Christine. A high fever rose in her and refused to subside. The doctors could do nothing. For nearly 2 weeks, the baby cried almost around the clock, shaking violently. Finally, late one night, the crying stopped. Just like that, it was over. 2 more children were born while I was still in school. Mike Jr. on January 15, 1929, and Alfred Daniel on July 30th, 1930. I was still known as Mike King at this time, although my father insisted until the day he died that he named me Martin for one of his brothers and Luther for another one. When Papa was dying, we spent some hours together. He tried hard to change, quit drinking, came to church, and seemed to make peace with his God. When he was gone, I took out necessary legal papers and therefore called myself Martin Luther King Sr.
We lived in a section of the city known as Tech Flats, where Mom and Dad raised chickens and had milk cows. As was the case with many blue-collar areas of Atlanta, the neighborhood was integrated. The black children and white children played together without strife, perhaps because we did so by choice and not by decree. There was no scarcity of drinkers in Tech Flats, and I think I sensed, even as a child, that Dad's alcoholism was rooted in the deep frustrations he must have felt. His reading and writing were painful and laborious, and he knew full well that he would never be able to provide for his family as he would have liked. The real spiritual strength of the family was in Mom. Every Sunday, she would get all the children dressed in their best clothes, and off we'd go to church, more often than not without Dad.
Second only to Reverend King's religion was his ambition to make something of himself. In addition to his church work, he kept on with his business pursuits. He eventually became director of the Citizens Trust Company and had an interest in other businesses. He always said that if he could keep from preaching, he'd make a better businessman than a minister. He was prominent in civic as well as religious affairs, becoming a trustee of Morehouse College, Atlanta University, and Morris Brown College. Martin had read Karl Marx, but told me he could never be a communist. He said Daddy King was an absolute capitalist, but he could not be that either.
I just want to stop. Notice that Martin said he had read he had studied communism. They read Karl Marx. They had read Marx. Y'all, they studied different back then. Yes. How many of y'all have read Karl Marx and checked out, how many of us grew up and say, nope, socialism, bad, because you were told that socialism was bad, right? And you may study it and still say it's bad, but how many of y'all think socialism is bad and you don't know what socialism is at the same time? You know what I'm saying? Like it was a different approach then, and that's the approach we need to have now. One where we study. Black people were studying what's best for us. What type of systems are out here? What will fit us? And debating and talking about it. If we're not in those conversations today, how serious are we? We're just responding. See, when you're just responding to racism, you don't need to learn anything new because you're just in response mode and you just learn what you need to learn in order to fight the response, and you don't even respond effectively. Like today, we still respond to racism the same way we responded to it in the 1950s, by marching. Because we're not studying, analyzing, and saying, wait a minute, this is the way we should do it now. We don't study other systems, almost like we're blaspheming against God if we say capitalism is bad, or the way capitalism is implemented in the United States is bad. Socialism, I can't look at that. Oh, don't look over there. You'll be in a whole heap of trouble. During this time, y'all, there was a great fear in the United States government that the black community would turn to socialism and communism and actually help America's communist enemies, right? And so that was a real fear, because whenever you mistreating somebody, the enemy of my enemy becomes my friend. And several black scholars and thinkers during that time began embracing communism and socialism. Go look up Paul Robeson. Let's keep going.
I first encountered communists at a public meeting in the Scottsboro case, where a man approached me and asked if I was interested in passing out literature in the black neighborhoods of Philadelphia.
Did y'all see that? Rosa Parks' husband was a communist. Don't get mad at Bob Amin. Look him up. Rosa Parks' husband was a communist. What's communism, and why was it so attractive to black leaders and black thinkers during that time? What's communism? What's socialism? And why was it? They're like, oh, Baba, you promote communism and socialism. Nope. I'm asking a question. What is communism? What is socialism? And what made it so attractive to black people during the Jim Crow era? That's something to look up. It's a good question.
Later, the communists sent me to the College of the City of New York.
The group came first in my mind. My theory is strong people don't need strong leaders.
Ebenezer means stone of help. The church takes its name from the Bible, 1 Samuel 7:12. Then Samuel took a rock and named it Ebenezer, for he said, "This far the Lord has helped us."
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Daddy King had fought Jim Crow from boyhood on. He had a tremendous sense of his own dignity. He seldom rode in the buses because Negroes were forced to ride in the back seats. But even before he could afford this luxury, he would say that even though the law may force him to ride in the back, his mind was always up front. When he was a little boy, Martin had many opportunities to see his father in action. Once they went into an empty store and sat down in the front seats. The clerk said politely, "If you will move to the back, I'll be glad to help you." Daddy King's temper rose.
You will wait on us here, or we won't buy any shoes.
"I can't do it," the clerk said. Daddy King took Martin's hand and left the store.
Again, you got a time that's volatile. The racial violence in America, we're leaving the 30s. We made it through the Depression. You're coming into the 1940s. You're getting World War II. You have 125,000 black soldiers to fight in World War II. Adam Clayton Powell elected to Congress, right? But you still having lynchings. You still have Jim Crow going on, not just in the South, but then you got ghettoization happening in the North. You having riots in Harlem in 1943, right? So now a lot of blacks have migrated from from the South to the North, and they're experiencing a new type of racism in the North, right? Right? They say in the South, it's stay away from me, and, you know, and I exploit you. In the North, it's what they say is get big, but stay away from me. In the South, it's stay away from me and stay small. You know what I'm saying? But so you having a new type of racism that emerges during this time with Black people migrating throughout the country. Okay. But again, the agenda towards the Black community, the leadership for the Black community is still being controlled, still being handpicked. Black people are still having to be very careful in how they move and what they say. Now, you do have movements like the Nation of Islam during this time, Moorish Science Temple during this time. The Garveyites, even after Garvey was exiled, Garvey UNIA was still around during this time. You know what I'm saying? He said that Martin Luther did not fight. From this document, if I'm seeing, ML Senior didn't fight in any of the wars. You know what I'm saying? And so he's a young pastor in Atlanta. He's taking over Ebenezer Baptist Church. He's raising a family. And this is the context. This is the environment that young Martin Luther King is being raised in. Notice how when they talked about Martin's grandmother dying, his mother's mother dying of a heart attack suddenly. And a young MLK was so devastated that he threw himself out of a second story window. So what does that say about the intensity, you know what I'm saying, and the capacity to feel that Dr. King had even as a child, right? And just the despair that was normalized in many African and Black communities is amazing. But look at us today. We've normalized despair today. We've become very desensitized to Black death. We become very desensitized to poverty in our communities, very desensitized to it. Certain things have been normalized for us as Black people, I contend, you know, that makes it nearly impossible for us to get where we need to get as a community. Let's keep going.
As they walked down the street, he rumbled in his deep voice,
I don't care how long I have to live this day. I'll never accept it. I'll fight it till I die. Nobody can make a slave out of you if you don't think like a slave.
Remember Lester Maddox.
The first of Southern people to break down segregation and admit the Negro race into our theaters, into our swimming pools, into our homes, and into our churches.
All right, y'all remember that guy, Bayard Rustin. All right. Remember Bayard Rustin. And now we're turning this fight to segregation. Now here's this segregation issue. How did segregation become an issue? Right. Segregation became an aspect of the Black codes that the NAACP decided to focus on. Right. Because the Black codes was about more than segregation. There was more going on with Black people as far as racism and systemic racism, right, than segregation. So now the fight is not necessarily ending lynchings, right? The fight is not necessarily ending the theft of Black-owned land, which was rampant. The United States Department of Agriculture was assisting white landowners throughout the country in taking land from Black people. Right. So Black people are using land loss, are experiencing land loss at an alarming rate. Black people are locked into slavery systems in the South, like sharecropping, at an alarming rate. Yet the NAACP, a white liberal organization who had the ear of the media, right? They make the main focus segregation. Why segregation and not all these other issues that were way more damaging than segregation? Which would you rather have? Your farm stolen or have to sit at the back of the bus? That's what I do. Which would you rather have? Would you rather be lynched because you got pulled over in a sundown town, or do you want to be able to sit in front of the bus? So what you're seeing is the shaping of the black movement and how media is manipulating black people, using the puppets, manipulating black people, telling them this is what you want. You want to end segregation. No, I don't want to end segregation. I want freedom. I want my land. I want access to education. And it's that demand for education that made them wrap the segregation fight around schools. But black people didn't want to go to school with white people. Black people wanted schools. Their own schools. Now, if y'all want to mix the schools up, that's fine. Y'all want some of them to come over, us go to, but black people wanted control, institutional control of their own schools without being told what you have to teach. You had schools in the South, y'all, that would only allow black people to learn domestic duties, how to be a butler, how to be a maid, how to do laundry. And if they caught you teaching the high sciences, the algebras and physics and philosophy, they shut your school down. So they make segregation the hot topic, right? Now, why would they do that? Because one of the things that the white liberals understood was money, and they understood black potential spending power. So let's integrate. But what were they trying to integrate? Black tax dollars, bringing black tax dollars over into the white community, bringing black shopping dollars into white-owned businesses, and most importantly, bringing black money into white-owned banks. So now all of a sudden, the issue is segregation. Now, segregation is when someone from outside your community controls the money and the resources and the politics inside your community. It's not just separating and making sure you can't have a drink at the white water fountain, the same water fountain. It's about power, and it's about control of economics and politics. Okay, you can segregate somebody, okay, and be their friend. As long as you control their money and their politics, you segregated. We're segregated right now. We're segregated right now because black people do not control the economics and politics of the black community. Let me go. Let's do this.
In 1954, following the completion of his work at Boston University, ML took the pastorate of Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery. Within a year after he and Coretta had moved to the city,
Montgomery,
Rosa
Alabama,
Parks set into motion America's most famous boycott.
Sorry, family. I have to do it again. This is Claudette Colvin. Claudette Colvin was a teenage black girl in Montgomery, Alabama. Okay, she was a teenager. She had a child out of wedlock, right? A dark-skinned teenager had a child out of wedlock, Montgomery, Alabama. She actually was the first person, or the person, right, to not give up her seat. Prior to Rosa Parks, you had Claudette Colvin, who did the same thing. The bus driver told her she needed to go to the back. She refused to go to the back. The police came and they drug her off the bus. They drug this young lady off the bus, Claudette Colvin. Now, this is where we get into the politics of civil rights. And I'm not going to do a right or wrong thing on it, right? We're talking strategy right now. Just kind of take your emotions out of it for a second, right? Montgomery's black leaders decided not to help Claudette Colvin, not to take her case. Okay. Now, her case was kind of settled quietly. All right. And matter of fact, she had a conviction on, it wasn't settled. I'm sorry. She had a conviction on her record for assaulting a police officer that didn't get lifted until she was 82 years old, like 2 years ago. This young lady right here lived with a conviction on her record for her whole life, because she was dark-skinned and had a baby. I'm going to say it again. She was dark skinned and had a baby. So the NAACP leadership said, and the Montgomery Black leaders said, we can't stick up for her because her life is too scandalous and she too dark. Why would they say that? They would say that because they wanted a case, right, that centered around a person that white people would sympathize with and that black people would sympathize with. Claudette Colvin was too black, and her life was too black in the sense that her life was too much, you know, teenage mother kind of thing. And that was a lot more scandalous back then than it is now. So they didn't stand up for this young sister, right? They didn't stand up for this young sister, but they needed somebody else, and enter Rosa Parks, a light-skinned, married secretary of the NAACP. Some say that Rosa was told to get on the bus because Rosa didn't need to ride the bus. Some say that Rosa was told to get on the bus. And I guess the strategist said, you know what? The key is to overturn the law. It's not about Claudette Colvin. It's about everybody. And here's the other side of it. It's about everybody. So the key is doing what we got to do to overturn the law to impact everybody. We don't feel like we can put the pressure on to overturn the law if we put Claudette Colvin, a scandalized teenager, out there ahead of a mulatto, a light-skinned black woman who's a secretary of the NAACP. You can take that and chew on it if you want to. A lot of us want our fight to be organic. We want to stand on ideals, right? But now you see the wheeling and dealing that goes on behind the scenes, and then you see the collateral damage that happens when we do that type of wheeling and dealing. We sacrifice Claudette Colvin in order to put a spotlight on segregation in the South. It's very interesting. Very interesting. All right.
Ms. Parks, I said, I believe your case is a case that we can break down to you to break down segregation on the bus. So next morning, I got up at 5 o'clock.
Recognized as showing that before she was arrested, Rosa Parks received civil disobedience training at the Highlander Folk School in Tennessee. So she was basically trained to do what she did. She received civil disobedience training prior to her arrest, right? So let's just go. Rosa, that was staged. Right? It was staged. That's not taking any credibility away from Rosa Parks, because even to stage it was brave. Even to stage it, you know what I'm saying, took courage, because you don't know what's going to happen to you that day. You think we're uncertain when we have to deal with the police in 2023. How uncertain was Rosa Parks when the police showed up in the 1950s? Right?
And started calling. I called Reverend Avenel first and told him what had happened. He hadn't heard it. He hadn't heard about Miss Parks being arrested. And I told him, I said, Reverend Avenel, I said, you know, we took this stuff long enough. I said, I'm going to call the people together, organize a bus boycott. He said, I'll go along with you. And I called Reverend Hubbard. Reverend Hubbard was also president of the Black Ministers Lounge. And he passed it. I remember the church he passed it. So I knew he was going along with me. And he said, yeah, Brother Nixon, I'll go along. And said, have you talked to Avenel? I said, yes, I called him. He said he'll go along. He said, well, I'll call him, tell him to call all the rest of the ministers. Next person I called him was number 3, Reverend Martin Luther King.
For a number of years, the Negro passengers on the city bus line.
Notice how Dr. King was the last pastor they called. He was not big in Montgomery at the time.
Faced threats on this bus line. Just the other day, one of the fine citizens of our community, Mrs. Rosa Parks, was
Notice that Dr. King was he was a young minister. He the last one they called. He ain't had no pull. He ain't had no clout at the time. He a young minister, you know what I'm saying, the hood, there in the neighborhood in Montgomery, you know, and they chose him because he was the only one that at the time wasn't compromised by white politicians. In other words, he was the only one who didn't have a white partner yet, or a white politician who was in his pocket. So they chose Dr. King. But he was not a big fish. He was a small fish in a big pond, right? But he was only about 26 years old at the time. So he was young and thrust out there. So this wasn't something that he organized, right? This wasn't something that he came in and took control of. He came in and was declared the face of it because everybody else was scared. They had white politicians that controlled them. They were puppets. So they wasn't able to do it. They were afraid of the repercussions. So they put this young minister out there to be the fight. Yeah, we gonna fight, but you go out there and do it. You go out there. We're gonna put your face out there. We're gonna put the target on this young man. I mean, how do y'all look at that, right? All these old established pastors, they come and get you and say, yeah, we're gonna stand up and speak out against what happened to Rosa Parks. The NAACP is on our side, you know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get out here and announce to the community that we standing up against segregation, and we want you to be the one to go out there and say it. Me, the one that ain't in your club, me, the small fish, y'all turn y'all nose up at me, but oh, y'all want me to do it? Okay. So Dr. King took on that challenge. He took it on. And I'm gonna tell you something. It takes courage to do that. It takes courage to say that, because this could go either way. This can go either really good or this can go either really bad. Think about being a 26-year-old young pastor, and you're now being asked to be the voice, right, on this story that's about to become international news. Because there's a new invention in play too, and that's television. Yeah, more Americans having televisions in their homes. So now, when you come out and fight, it could be broadcast to the world. I bet that young Martin recognized that, just like our young people recognize the benefits of social media before we do. I bet Martin was sitting there like, okay, yeah, y'all gonna put me out there because I'm finna be on that TV. Y'all still listen to the show on the radio. We doing TVs now, right? So here we go. I agree, Brother Tamikas. It's a sound strategy. All right, here we go.
Was arrested because she refused to give up her seat for a white passenger.
Although I've been uneasy about the role he played in the beginning of this national drama, I soon realized that the effort made in Montgomery created the civil rights movement and made all the other parts of it possible. Montgomery changed the concept of time as it relates to social change. The boycott there also made it clear that segregation was an economic matter, not merely a political one.
I just couldn't let that pass. Notice it said after talks between boycott leaders and the city commission break down. So they're negotiating. The mayor and other local officials joined the white citizens councils. After the talks break down, they go rally the troops. It seems like they went back and said, okay, these Negroes is thinking. These Negroes is asking for stuff. They're trying to impose. They're trying to impose upon our social order. They coming after our whiteness. It's time to rally the troops to protect it. So I found that amazing that after the talks break down, they go join the Klan. Right? What it was an economic battle. Okay, think about the economics behind all of this, right? Think about the economics behind all of this. If you can't ride in a white-owned taxi, that creates a demand for what? A black-owned taxi, right? If you can't stay in a white hotel, that creates a demand for what? Black-owned hotels, right? So while you have the fact that they don't want you in their hotel is now propped up as a distraction. You're now told that that's the problem with America. Well, who benefits when integration happens? Who benefits? the owner of the white hotel. What happens to the owner of the black hotel? What does he lose? He loses money because you've been fed that the promised land is in that white hotel so much that now you feel like a loser for coming to the black hotel. Look at Major League Baseball. Who's the first black person to play in the major leagues? Jackie Robinson. But where did he play before the major leagues? The Negro leagues. Well, when you hear Negro leagues, you automatically think it was some kind of rundown league. But the fact of the matter is that the Negro League, as a growing league, was worth over $3 million by the time Jackie joined the Dodgers. $3 million is a nice piece of change back in those days. You had owners, you had players, you had a circuit, you had black-owned businesses benefiting and black communities benefiting from the gains. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now you integrate Jackie Robinson into Major League Baseball. That was an economic ploy to destroy Negro League Baseball. Instantly discredited. As soon as you acknowledge that what your enemy has is superior, you discredit everything that you just created. Right? You ask, do I think that they had? Yes, several people in black leadership had the foresight to see what was coming, but they were silenced. They were drowned out. The white liberal dollars went to those leaders who went along, who saw it and didn't care, who saw it but saw their bank account first, saw their safety first, saw their survival first, and our survival second. Especially them good old capitalists. Like, hey, what? You gonna grease my pockets? To heck with everybody else. Right? So, and like you say, Brother Tamika, it's still true today. Man, y'all hang out because I'm gonna bring some people in here with me. You know, a matter of fact, man, I'm supposed to put the link in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. And I'm going to let some people jump in here with me as we watch the documentary. But we're going to try to be disciplined and let the documentary play. Y'all let me be the facilitator. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to get through this thing, man. There's so much information packed into this. But again, this gets to where we look at the response of the white leadership in Montgomery. They go and they decide to embrace that shadow government, that other arm of the government, white supremacy. The myth of white supremacy. All right, I'll put the StreamYard link in the chat. If you want to jump in, I'll give you opportunity. Now, I got to warn you, if you come in here trying to just monopolize the whole thing, got time for that. All right. So, but we're going to let some people come in and do our thing, right? All right, let's go. So get your facilitation on. I'm trying up in here. I'm trying. All right, here we go.
The argument simply does not hold that the white race, being a majority in the United States, should turn over to a group of people only removed from slavery 80 years and only removed from the jungle by a few hundred years. Turn over to them the control of our entire civilization.
That's the thinking. Now think about that. He said you're just 80 years removed from slavery and a few hundred from the jungle. What's the narrative? You come from savages. We can't turn over our whole civilization. And that's the panic on the part of white people. They always, as soon as black people gain anything, we're taking over everything. Right? And that's to stoke fear, mainly in the masses of white people who don't hardly have anything. They taking over everything. What? Y'all see how that work? Y'all see that play? Come on, man. Let's go.
They thought, well, maybe they were dealing with a group of hillbillies, rednecks, crackers, but those are the real people of the United States. Make no mistake about it. Among them are men who get on their knees and pray every Sunday, and they pray too. They pray hard. They believe in that Bible, and they believe.
Remember when Trump came and woke up the silent majority? That's an old playbook. He said, the rednecks, them the real, the crackers, them the real. Those are the real people of this country. The silent majority, right? And it's all about getting them to the polls and then distracting poor white people from all the exploitation that's going on them. It was a perfect setup for the rich elite to say, yeah, man, we can keep these jokers out here fighting and we're going to keep going to the bank. Win or lose, if you integrate, now that we're focusing on segregation, if you integrate, we get a bonus. We get the black dollar. Because psychologically, if we let them come where we are, our ice cream is colder than their ice cream. They're going to feel like they made it. If they tax dollars, he gets to sell the property. Y'all see what I'm saying? Oh man, let me drop the cash app. Y'all support the Uhuru Academy. All right, support the Uhuru Academy. All right, we ain't playing, y'all. We ain't playing. Huh? How we gonna bring this content if we don't support it? All right. How we gonna bring this content if we don't support it? All right. So check out the UhuruAcademy.com. Support Uhuru Academy via Cash App at $ Uhuru Academy. We're gonna get back to it. But y'all see how that it ain't as simple as the little fairy tales that we're told in school? You got to put your grown man and your grown woman hat on when studying our history. Our history ain't a fairy tale just for children. That was the ancestors telling me to be quiet. January 30th, 1956. Let's go.
At about 9:30 in the evening, I put on a robe, and Mary Lucy and I were chatting in the sitting room. I heard a heavy thump on the concrete porch outside. We moved fast through the guest bedroom. We were
So
in
sure
the middle
enough,
of it with
after Dr. King becomes the face of it, he gets his house bombed. His house is bombed. Firebomb.
Well, Mel, you just come on back to Atlanta.
Daddy King had said as soon as he arrived. When Martin objected, Daddy King said,
It's better to be a live dog than a dead lion.
He very strongly insisted on Martin's coming home for a while and getting away from things. He really wanted him to get completely out of the movement.
Bunch wanted ML out of the movement right then, but I knew he would leave only when he felt he had accomplished what he set out to do. He'd grown up that way.
At breakfast, Christine finally said, Daddy, Emil has to make up his own mind, and you have to let him decide on what he sees as the right thing to do.
So you see that MLK and Coretta, they understood what was at stake right away, right? They understood right away what was going on. They understood right away that, yes, you are in danger by being the face. Now, remember, this is Dr. King. The other black preachers just kind of threw him out there, right? They threw him out there and you know, they want to kill his family. You don't throw a firebomb in a house to scare somebody. You do that to hurt somebody. And they went after his wife and children. Now, he's a public figure. He's all over Montgomery. You can walk up to him and go to war at any time. But that's not the tactic that these organizations, the White Citizens Councils and the Ku Klux Klan and the United States government, these are not the type of tactics that they would use against a black leadership. They went beyond just threatening you, because I'm not going to make you a martyr. They went beyond that. We're going to threaten your family and everybody that you love. What if his baby would have been on the floor in the living room when the firebomb came through? So now it's fight or flight. Daddy say, come back to Atlanta. As Dr. King took the position, now we in this thing now. We in this now. And we gonna be in it. And I'm gonna tell you something. You have to respect that. Now that goes beyond ideology. That goes beyond whether or not we believe in what and how he went about things. You have to respect a man that when the rubber hits the road like that and the line is clearly drawn and that adversity comes, you got to respect a man that gets up and say, nah, we in this thing. So he didn't go back to Atlanta. He went and got a gun permit to protect his family. And you have to respect that about anyone, let alone Dr. King.
A few nights after our house was attacked, E.D. Nixon's house was bombed. After that, things quieted down for a short time. Meanwhile, the Montgomery grand jury was called and brought an indictment against Martin and about 90 other leaders of the movement. The police immediately began to make arrests.
Now, this all started when Claudette didn't give up her seat. Then they went and got Rosa. Rosa don't give up her seat. You get the Montgomery bus boycott. As a result of the negotiations, the leadership in Montgomery joined the White Citizens Council. They let you know what their position was. Ministers' houses are bombed. And now here comes the Montgomery Supreme Court. So now this is the state. So Montgomery is a city. So now here's the state. What's the state position going to be? Is the state going to back up the black people who simply just want equal rights, or the state going to support the white establishment? The state not only supported the white establishment, but the Supreme Court indicted black leadership in Montgomery for even trying to fight for equality. So your house is bombed, then you're arrested. Man, come on. Let's go. Some of us scared to talk loud at work in 2023. Some of us scared to talk loud at work in 2023. I'm just saying. Here we go.
Daddy King was absolutely determined that this should not happen. He was in a state of terror for his son. He gathered a group of Atlanta's most eminent Negroes. Daddy King made a little talk to them. He told them of the threats and the bombings and his belief that the white people were out to get Martin.
So you got Daddy King working behind the scenes because he was affluent.
Daddy King often lectured his son on somebodyness. Life is blueprint, so to speak. A deep belief in your own dignity, your worth, what Dad called somebodyness. You can count, have worth, and your life has significance.
So now the boycott gains national attention. So now after all of this, the boycott is gaining national attention. So I want y'all to pay attention to how change actually happens. It's not, these white people are undeterred in Alabama. Okay, so change didn't happen in Alabama because of what was going on in Alabama. Alabama arrested the black, firebombed their house and arrested them for the boycott. Okay, that was the official Alabama response. Okay, all right, that was the official. So like when people say, you know, you got to march, you got to boycott, yeah, you need something else too. You need something else that's going to make these people who are in power, right, give in to you. You need something else. You need something more powerful than them to step in. Okay.
One day, Bayard Rustin rang our doorbell. When I opened the door,
here comes
he
the
said,
national team.
I have a letter of introduction from Ruth Neanderthal, a former teacher of yours at Lincoln High School.
I know you, Mr. Rustin, I said. I heard you speak when I was in the 8th grade at Lincoln High School and later at Antioch.
So here comes Bayard Rustin knocking on the door. Now, he's a part of the national Negro leadership. They ain't worried about what's going on in Montgomery, but now what's happening in Montgomery done caught the national eye. I guess the national office of the NAACP is noticing things now. So here they come sending in Bayard Rustin, who is already a protege / puppet of the white liberal movement, right? He's also homosexual, which was very scandalous back then. And according to this, he let Martin Luther King know up front that you know, I guess so he say, so you don't get no surprises of his sexual preference, and that he worked with A. Philip Randolph, you know what I'm saying? But he's coming in as a strategist and saying, I know how to get this national attention, and I know how to leverage this to get some concessions, you know what I'm saying, for black people, right? Now, this is a strategy, but it is a strategy that requires a lot of compromise, a lot of compromise. So here comes Bayard Rustin into the picture, and he would have Martin's ear for years. Well, for a few years.
One of the Negro leaders in Montgomery was a pacifist when the struggle began. Martin had a gift for saying things in a poetic way. He had a greater understanding of the psychology of blacks than I did.
The trusted advisor. So here comes this guy coming in to get next to Martin. They see okay, he's the face. This young man, he's the face. He's green. He's a little naive. Let's get in and get him. He's the charismatic young leader. Let's get him. And so Rustin is thrust into Martin's ear. Dr. King's impressed by, but what is he doing though? What is he doing? He's separating Martin from the Negro preachers and black leadership, including his dad. He's separating Martin from this group and saying, now this is where we at now. This is the hip shit to do. This is what we about to do now. Right? So here comes Rustin, and he's going to bring in the idea of nonviolent protest, this strategy. But this strategy didn't come from Dr. King. This strategy came from whatever headquarters Bayard Rustin was visiting from, saying, now this is the type of movement we want to craft and create. Okay, now there are other reasons behind it, not just to get rights for black people. Okay, it's not just about getting rights for black people. Okay, it was also about exposing capitalism. It was about power, political power. Right. So it's very interesting, y'all. I know we get the narrative. Martin came in to the movement and he believed in nonviolent protest. None of them preachers believed in nonviolence before Bayard Rustin came with the strategy. Nonviolence was not introduced to the civil rights movement as a way of life. It was, or being a pacifist as a way of life. It was introduced as a protest strategy. A publicity protest strategy, not a way of life. It was sold as a way of life. All right, here we go. I feel you, brother Chamikas. It's critically impossible to develop and stick to strategy that do not involve compromise, right? We've lost almost every time. There's going to be compromise, but I like the old school Nation of Islam type compromise where, you know what, I'm not really bothering with the vote right now. Right now, I'm going to go defend my farmland. I'm going to develop my farm. I'm going to develop my schools. I'm going to develop my stores. And as long as you stay out of my way, here's the compromise. I'll stay out of your way. But of course, we know that Europeans will violate that compromise too. All right, here we go. Bayard's presence brings unwanted attention.
I have been followed by police cars that never go out after dark. There are 2 white girls down from the north as reporters who have been stopping me for information. Today I had to ask them not to speak to me except by phone. I have a lot of inside dope and they all want it, but I can't take a chance. On 2 occasions when these girls came to me, 2 police officers came and stood over us with the most menacing expressions. Rumor is being spread by the local paper that I'm a communist.
Now understand, being called a communist back then was big. Oh, and my bad, brother Smith, you meant critically important. Okay, I can see that, you know, and you want to stick to strategy. You don't want to compromise, But we know that compromise happens, especially that's why separation is the key. Because as long as you amongst others, compromise has to take place, right? They're going to be certain, but you have to control what you compromise, right? Definitely. In peace, Zoe. How you doing, Zoe? Bayard Rustin was accused of being a communist. Now, understand that back in those days, you had what's called the Red Scare, right? And they had whole hearings in the government about people who were communists. There was a huge debate. There was a lot of white communists, by the way. There was a lot of white socialists in America. There still are plenty white socialists out there, right? And a lot of our great scholars like Dr. John Henry Clark and others who at one time were a part of mixed communist and socialist formations, right? They taught us that when they got inside those formations, they found racism. They found white supremacist socialists. You know what I'm saying? And so while the ideal of socialism was a great ideal and that they grabbed onto it and loved it, they found that trying to do it with Europeans would just put you in another racist situation and second-class citizenship as a socialist, right? That Europeans couldn't even get out of their own myth of white supremacist way within the socialist / communist movement. But to be called a socialist or a communist back then, they were kicking people out of the country. They were putting people in prison for being communists, being accused. Paul Robeson had to leave the country because he was accused of being a communist. All right. Yeah, they were definitely watching King's father. He was one of the most influential black men in America. See, we learned a lot about MLK Jr., but MLK Sr. wasn't no punk. Y'all got to remember, the pastor was the most powerful man in the black community during those days. I bet there's some black pastors today that look at this and they'll be like, man, I remember when we had that kind of influence. The black pastor was the most powerful black man in your community during those days. And Martin Luther King Sr. was one of the most powerful in the South. All right. When the black pastor told black folks to do something, they did it. But y'all gonna learn about that in a little bit. Watch.
Communist Party of the United States is a fifth column if there ever was one. It is far better organized than were the Nazis in occupied countries prior to their capitulation.
Okay. They got an acre about this Western to leave by
just
government.
as they did in their era of obstruction when they were aligned with the
They
Nazis.
forms in
Their
friends,
goal
elevate
is the
and left to
overthrow of our
support
government.
the boycott. Y'all see all the behind the scenes
Later introduced
maneuvering
us to
that's
New
going
York
on.
attorney Stanley Levison, who helped the movement financially, serving as a
White
fundraiser.
liberal. White Jewish liberal.
When the Supreme Court of the United States held that separate.
So I'm going to deal with this right quick. You know, you're going to hear some Jewish names and Jewish liberals. And of course, we get that narrative about how they were there for us during the civil rights movement and that sort of thing. And yes, a lot of organizations, well, the big organizations were funded by whites. But notice how the tables only turned, right? When that white money got involved. Notice how the table only turned when the media coverage got involved, right? Well, that's money, y'all. That's economics. That's investment. That means someone is investing in the story, because Dr. King and the Negro leaders of Montgomery, they didn't have the pull. They didn't have the pull to get him on the cover of Jet magazine. They didn't have the pull to turn this into a national story, right? So it got turned into a national story. But what you have to do in exchange, you have to let those who make it a national story control the narrative. And the narrative that they put out there is going to be a narrative that not only benefits you or the people in your vicinity or your situation at the time. It's going to be a narrative that's going to help them in the long term. So you getting free, but we supposed to get that black dollar. Oh, we got a plan. We have a plan. We're going to help you in the now, because you're in a hopeless situation, Martin. You just got indicted. You and all your friends just got indicted. I can get y'all out of there with a phone call. I can cut a deal because we're those phone calls. Those phone calls aren't, hey, I'm white, you're white, let Martin out. No, those phone calls are yes, you know, we control 3 major retailers down there in the South, and in Montgomery, we're going to pull that. Yes, call is, yeah, we have a conference here. We're going to end the conference if you don't do it. These are the phone calls that are being made. Or, hey, go ahead and let them out. We're going to donate 100,000. I'm giving them 50,000. We're going to donate 100,000 to the White Citizens Council under the table. See, there are different conversations happening behind the scenes when they start calling each other, right? And so what you see here is an example of Black leadership, right? Now being guided, molded, and shaped, right, into a narrative that will fit white Northern leadership's agenda. And there are phone calls happening behind the scenes and deals being cut that Dr. King and his people are not even privy to. They're not even privy to those conversations. They just know that Mr. Levinson got him out of jail. That fancy New York lawyer got him out of jail. That's a good white man. Got him out of jail. But in exchange for what? And I just broke my glasses. All right, ancestors, I feel you. That means stop talking and hit play. Let's go.
Proceeding in a public vehicle because of race or color was unconstitutional. A great victory had been won, but some people in Atlanta, including many Blacks, remained uncertain about marching and demonstrating. There were Negroes who were embarrassed by the thought of making a public display
Remember
of any
Lester
concern they
Maddox.
had, no matter how deep.
There have been several civil rights acts, y'all. There have been several civil rights acts signed.
As ML expanded the movement, I became more and more concerned and less able to get him to pull back.
The shrewd and intelligent help of Bayard verged on a kind of manipulation I disliked. Steeped in Gandhian lore and experience in nonviolent action, Rustin seemed ever present with advice, and sometimes acted as if King were a precious puppet whose symbolic actions were planned by a Gandhian high command.
Yeah, Gandhi didn't like Black people. But you see Bayard Rustin in his ear at the behest of his white handlers. Bayard is the key to bringing those whites in. He's the key to the way he's the white liberal bridge into the movement. So notice they're about to throw all their support behind Dr. King, right, to help shape the direction of the movement, and the SCLC is born, right? So I mean, I'm just letting y'all know, sometimes I know we like the feel-good story. We like the story of everything is organic and coming from the heart, but these were real life or death situations. These were real life and death situations. And imagine being a Dr. King, a young man, having to navigate who can I trust, who can I not trust. I know ain't nothing free. Y'all ain't just helping me because y'all believe in freedom for Black people. What's going on? Imagine having to play both sides against them, because there is no other side. Who else is Dr. King gonna lean on? He ain't in the Nation of Islam. Who else is Dr. King gonna lean on during this time, right? So, wow, let's keep going.
Citizens of the new state of Ghana gather for the celebration marking their Day of Freedom from colonialism. What was once the Gold Coast, a British colony, now becomes an independent Commonwealth. Vice President and Mrs. Nixon represent the United States at the three-day festivities.
So this is Ghanaian independence. This is when Ghana won its independence from Great Britain, and Kwame Nkrumah it becomes their first prime minister. Right, Dr. King is actually sponsored and to sent over to Ghana's Independence Day. This is all a part of the white liberal movement, of course, setting Dr. King up as an international figure, as the face of Black America. Richard Nixon is there, and he actually meets Dr. King. He recognized Martin from Time. See what media does? He recognized Martin Luther King from Time magazine, right, and meets him there. Now understand, Nixon is a Republican, and all Black people are Republicans. Okay, because we're still voting Republican because that's the party of Lincoln. But Dr. King meets Kwame Nkrumah as well and gets his first, I think, real education as to what was going on with colonialism in Africa. All right, let's rock. And it was the nonviolent coup that Kwame Nkrumah, the political means and maneuvering that Kwame Nkrumah used to gain independence. Notice that Ghana gained its quote unquote independence nonviolently. So King was put there, and his inspiration for nonviolent protest actually comes from Kwame Nkrumah, not Gandhi. I think the Gandhi story is used because, of course, more folks will gravitate to a philosophy that he gets from a little Indian man than a philosophy that he actually gained from an African.
Native dances and games mark an event of historic importance since Ghana becomes the first Negro colony in Africa to gain its freedom. Premier Kwame Nkrumah chats with Representative Adam Clayton
Randolph persuades reluctant civil rights leaders to participate. The civil rights leaders didn't even think they want to participate at first.
Another feature of the occasion is a beauty contest in which the fairest of the land compete. And here is Miss Ghana herself, first queen of a brand new republic.
Prayer pilgrimage for freedom. We don't hear about this too much.
It was difficult for Martin to keep from being worshipped by the Black masses. It was a great temptation to them.
A prayer
he
pilgrimage.
was, to many of them,
instead of a
the
march.
president of the Negroes.
Mill makes his first national address. Give us the ballot in front of 25,000 spectators. The Organizational Alliance is
ML and the
short-lived.
SCLC were in a disagreement with such men as Thurgood Marshall, then the NAACP's legal counselor.
Why don't we ever hear about the time Martin Luther King spoke to 25,000 people in Washington, D.C. before the March on Washington in 1957? Just throwing it out there.
Who felt that SCLC proposals to use high school students were unwise. This was the start of a continuing disagreement on tactics between ML and the major leaders of the large civil rights groups. Men like Roy Wilkins and head of the Urban League, Whitney Young. Basically, I believe these men felt that ML's efforts to bring the poor directly into the process conflicted with their own plans to leave planning and implementation of rights programs to professionals. This was a division that never subsided.
Such an extreme situation has been created in Little Rock. This challenge must be met, and with such measures as will preserve to the people as a whole their lawfully protected rights in a climate permitting their free and fair exercise. In the present case, the troops are there pursuant to law, solely for the purpose of preventing interference with the orders.
Arkansas
of the
closes
court.
all Little Rock schools. Now here's the Highlander Folk School. Y'all look up the Highlander Folk School. All right, look up the Highlander Folk School, a very controversial school back in those days, believed to teach socialism, communism, civil disobedience training, the whole 9 yards, left out of the narrative on the civil rights movement for whatever reason, but definitely check that out. Look, now you're looking at school desegregation. Here's the Little Rock incident that's about to happen. And a lot of us don't realize how the governor shut all the schools down before they let black folks go to school with white people. And I want y'all to understand that there were black people who a lot of black people didn't want to integrate the schools. The last thing most black parents want to do was to send their child to go to school with Jerry Jones of the Dallas Cowboys, who we saw this year in a picture was one of the young white students that were trying to prevent the black students from coming in. And I guarantee you that what black people wanted was equal equipment, quality of books, right? They wanted their tax dollars because they were paying taxes, right? They were paying taxes, and those tax dollars wasn't going back into their community. They were getting the used and leftover equipment from the white schools. They were getting inferior education, if they were getting any education at all. Understand that school integration was also called for in areas where there were no black schools, where the black high school didn't exist. So it wasn't just about wanting to go to school with white people. There were a lot of areas where if you didn't go to the white high school, there was no black high school. Okay? That there was no black alternative to go to. And instead of going into the budget and building a school for black children, there were cities that said, we'll just integrate. Well, if you integrate a few, the majority are still stuck without what? Stuck without a school, stuck without an education. Right? So do you see how integration became economically feasible? Because it allowed the establishment to get away with not spending necessary dollars in the black community. Now y'all just come over here. And I know of several U.S. cities, including the one I grew up in, where thriving predominantly black schools were shut down in the name of integration, and the students in the children in the community of that school were bused to white schools. Several predominantly black high schools were shut down as a result of integration. See the economics in that? The long-term economics in that? Thousands are becoming multi-thousandaires.
Pride runs deep in the Southern personality and often causes confusion.
In depth, I shall be a terror to the foes of Negro liberty. Look for me in the whirlwind or the song of the storm. Look for me all around you. Marcus Garvey might be gone, but now we got Malcolm.
What kind of God would want you?
Notice the date. 1953, the FBI is already watching Malcolm. In 1953,
Let's understand.
after serving 6 years in prison, Malcolm Little met Elijah Muhammad in Chicago.
400 years working for another man, following another man, fearing another man, loving another man, trusting another man. Is that right or
The
wrong?
ranks of what
What
the
do we
FBI
mean when we
describes
say
as
another
a
man?
Muslim cult
What
of
do we mean
Islam.
when we say another man other than our own kind? We're in bad shape, is that right? Now, anytime you follow a man who doesn't look like you, doesn't think like you, doesn't act like you, doesn't talk like you or walk like you, doesn't even smell like you, something is wrong.
Here we go. Here go another one of them reckless, another one of them reckless Negroes. Here comes the most honorable Elijah Muhammad in the Nation of Islam, and then he got this new young firebrand named Malcolm X. Here they come messing up the apple cart. Here they come messing up the money. Here they come talking about circulate the black dollar. Divest from the white man's liquor. Leave his dope alone. Leave his institutions alone and build for yourself. Build your families. Give all praises to Allah. Give all praises to the Creator. Oh, here they come. And here come this young man who ain't scared to speak the truth about the civil rights movement. And here go the civil rights leaders all lined up. That's right. Jesus came to turn over the money chain. What did Jesus do when he went into the temple? He turned them tables over, dealing with the money changers. Here are the money changers right here. Here are the people right here who are capitalizing off of the suffering of black people. Now, am I saying all of them had evil intent? No, I'm not saying that. But they were surrounded and funded by institutions that did. That we cannot dispute. That at the very least, the institutions funding them didn't understand what black people wanted, but because they had the dollars, the money, they dictated what black people wanted. So they were wrong. And to stand up to them meant to lose funding. But to have black people creating stuff organically out of our community to fight oppression, it made them look stupid. It made them look bad because they supposed to be our leaders. Yet they can't tell us what to do. Right? So they're supposed to be our leaders. So they're embarrassed. That happens today. Remember when Obama and them had to hurry up and co-opt the Black Lives Matter movement? It was too organic in the beginning. They had to corral it, throw some funding at it, take it over, dilute it, and kill it. Allow it to die a slow death. It's the same formula. The exact same formula. Do y'all see the parallels? So when we come out and we start building our own schools, we're embarrassing those who promise white people that black people will wait and we'll just build from within and wait on the system. When we start starting our own media companies and doing our own research, you have scholars like Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark from back in the day when they started teaching the origins of humanity in Africa, and that upset the apple cart. And so you're going to have the first front line is going to be the Negro historians, right? Who have been parroting white history the whole time. So Malcolm, in particular, because of his style and how he actually, as spiritual as he was, he talked a lot of politics that resonated with black people. He was a threat. Notice the FBI had been following him since 1953. All right, let's keep rolling. Y'all good? And welcome to all who just jumped on.
Stride Toward Freedom, Martin's first book, was published in 1958. It got excellent reviews, and Martin went on a tour to help with the publicity. Everywhere he went, crowds poured out to see him, especially.
Notice how that book was co-written by Rustin and the Jewish guy Levinson. They're shaping Martin's philosophy. This is how it was shaped. They're shaping his philosophy. They helped write that book. You know how the AI do it today and put in the right talking points and all that. You know how you get your online marketing training. They say this is how you make your ad more appealing and that sort of thing. So here you have Rustin and Levinson helping to craft, right, Dr. King's message.
In Harlem, which is where he was on the night of September 19th. Martin had been autographing books at an improvised table in the shoe department of Bloomstein's department store when a 42-year-old black woman walked up to him and said, "Luther King, I've been after you for 5 years." There was a flash of steel, and the woman pulled a Japanese letter opener out of her clothing and plunged it into Martin's chest. Someone grabbed the woman, whose name was Isola Curry. Someone else moved to pull out the knife, but Martin stopped him. There was a little blood in sight, but he knew he might be bleeding internally. The police came for Mrs. Curry, and there was some talk of her having been used in a possible conspiracy. But this was not true. She was quite demented and talked wildly about how ministers were responsible for all her troubles.
Now you got the black woman who attempted to kill Dr. King in Harlem, put a knife in his chest, a letter knife in his chest in Harlem, and starts proclaiming that she did it because MLK and all those people that follow him were communists. So where's her mind? right? She's the Red Scare. Remember, this is the time of the Red Scare. This is the time where they say the commies are coming to get us and that sort of thing. So you have black people who are seriously afraid. You have black people who are seriously dealing. We talk about mental health a lot today. Do y'all think mental health is new? Do we think that no one back then was dealing with serious mental health issues? Remember, Malcolm's own mother was committed to an insane asylum, harassed into an insane asylum where she would spend the rest of her life, right? But here is Miss Izola Curry. What's her story? What's her story? How did she get there? Where did she grow up? And how did she get there in that moment? Was she what they call a Manchurian candidate? She was screaming communist. How did she get there? How did she get to the point to where she felt that Martin must die? She said, I've been after you for 5 years. Do y'all think it's just a crazy black woman that just randomly crazy and she just randomly, I don't mean to be insensitive, randomly mentally ill? Do you think it's just a randomly mentally ill person who stood in line, found out Martin was going to be there, stood in line quietly, made no commotion, and when it was her turn, she calmly pulled out that knife and she said, I've been after you for 5 years. Calmly pulled out that knife and put it in his chest. Y'all gonna make me get my Professor Griff MK Ultra on right about now. If there was ever a candidate for hypnotized or Manchurian candidate or activated candidate killer assassin or whatever, right? This is it. Miss Izola Curry, what's her story? How do we lose Izola Curry? What happened to Izola Curry? The woman who attempted to kill Dr. King.
When the police searched her, a pistol was found in her bosom. We were grateful she hadn't used it.
She had a gun. So that's taken several months to recuperate.
ML was receiving too much personal publicity at the expense of others who were.
I love this documentary because it's slowing time down. I love this documentary because it's slowing time down and it's making us look at the details. Okay. She almost killed him. She could have pulled the gun out. She did the knife. What compelled her to choose the knife instead of the gun? Look at these close calls. Firebombing of the home. Indictment by the Montgomery State Supreme Court. Right? And now this. Right? Jack say she was just an agent for the opposition. Say everything ain't deep, huh? She's just an agent. You know? So yeah, a willing agent, a manipulated, well, all military operation is based on manipulation. You know what I'm saying? So what level of manipulation was Izola Curry? Was she just looking at TV in her house and decide I'm finna go kill him? Right? So yes, let's keep going.
Contributing significantly to the struggle.
Money is raised to send him on a month-long tour of India. So remember, they're building up this image of nonviolence.
I literally saw her.
So now they send him to India.
He couldn't endure much criticism.
He's welcome as a dignitary in New Delhi and meets Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru.
I heard something to the effect that I hated Martin, but I think this stems from the fact that I did not have the kind of awe for the charismatic role.
Now, this is really a world-renowned singer. This is Ella Baker, right? This is Ella Baker right here, y'all. We don't learn enough about Ella Baker, okay? Okay? We don't learn enough. Ella Baker is a co-founder, okay? Ella Baker is a co-founder, okay, of the civil rights movement, of the SCLC, right? I'm sorry, she's not a singer. She's just civil rights leader. But Ella Baker is a co-founder of the SCLC and was right there next to Martin, right there in the mix as everything was going on. But she was She was that dissenting voice. Y'all, someone asked earlier, did other black leaders have a foresight to see the mistakes that were happening? Ella Baker was one of them. She's been erased from the story. She's been erased from the story, but there is no SCLC without Ella Baker. And Ella Baker was one of those black people that was keeping them honest. But one of the things that Ella Baker was dealing with, the big thing, number one, she was a woman. Martin is quoted, Martin is quoted as saying that he would never, share leadership with a woman. Like it was very patriarchal back in those days. It was very patriarchal back in those days, right? But women, y'all, were the true conscious and the true foundation of the Black nationalist movement, the Nation of Islam, the Black Muslim movement, the Civil Rights movement were black women. Do not get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. Women were not just sitting back making biscuits and bread while the men came up with all the ideas. Ella Baker was a powerful voice, and she was somebody that wasn't a yes man to Martin. MLK, he got all these people. I got the Jew over here. I got Rustin. Ella didn't care. Ella saw it, and she saw that when you put somebody up as a charismatic leader, sometimes they think they become the movement. Here we go. After 2.5 years of organizing throughout the South, Baker's dissatisfied with her role as interim executive director
that he had
of
gained
SCLC.
or was playing. Martin was not the kind of person when I knew him to engage in dialogue that questioned the rightness of his position. And because I had no such awe, I would raise questions that I considered fundamental. I think I accepted the fact that he was there in the role of having been pronounced a great leader as a result of the Montgomery situation. But I've never been able to feel that this symbolic value displaces the need for knowledgeable leadership of a group or people. There is the danger in our culture that because a person is called upon to give public statements and is acclaimed by the establishment, such a person gets to the point of believing that he is the movement.
I love how they superimpose Ella Baker's thoughts right along, showing how his name is growing. Dr. King's name is growing. He has global prominence now, and now he doesn't spend a lot of time in Montgomery, and now, you know what I'm saying, and now he's about to leave Montgomery and leave the church, Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, to do what now, though? To become the face of the civil rights movement. Now, is he intending on getting out here and doing some good for his people? Absolutely. I believe that wholeheartedly. Right. But Ella Baker puts things in such perspective, because here's somebody who was right there, named interim executive director of the SCLC. And that's probably because Martin, now he's become so big and making appearances, speeches, and he's in demand, right? She's interim executive director because Martin was the executive director. So you have a black woman in his spot, right? While he's blowing up and she's asking questions. Y'all know how the black women in your life keep you honest. Y'all know how black women been keeping you honest your whole life, right? I know the black women in my life keep me honest. I know black women. Mama and Koyo, come on, y'all. Y'all be, oh, Baba, you master teacher. Mama and Ko, like, yeah, you all of that too, man. But hey, man, go pick your drawers up out the floor. Like, she gonna keep it honest. Do you really think we should do it like that? Man, I think that's your ego talking. I mean, I don't think that. So black women are there to keep us honest, and that's what Ella Baker. That's the role Ella Baker was. And so when you get somebody like that, people like Rustin and others, they want to drive a wedge, because here you have another voice in his ear. We got to separate him from her. We got to keep him away from her. That makes sense? All right. Don't allow this society to separate you from the people that keep you honest.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but that's a doggone season that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know and young enough to do. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you'll cast your vote for Kennedy, and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Enter JFK. Enter JFK, black people's favorite white president, right? Black people's favorite white president, John F. Kennedy, right? Eclipsed only by one Barack Obama on the presidential love scale among black people. Until today, y'all. Woo, I love this part.
Atlanta didn't want to push. The golf courses were integrated, but only a handful of blacks in the city were golfers. Thousands rode buses.
Atlanta's buses are peacefully integrated a few months before he comes. Atlanta didn't want to have
Atlanta's
a bus boycott.
branch office of the NAACP was following the overall directive of the national headquarters. The NAACP took the official position that the route through the courts was the only legitimate course to freedom.
Now understand this. The NAACP is saying the routes through this is the Supreme Court. You get the desegregation law at the Supreme Court, or you get civil rights acts passed, and saying the courts, that's the only way to go to get freedom, right? The only way to go to get liberation. But y'all, that takes time. So who's stalling? Why is the NAACP, this white liberal organization, stalling so much? Why are they trying to convince us to embrace a process that's going to take years, centuries? I'm talking about centuries, decades, right? Right? A process that depends on how people vote. A process, so many variables go into relying on a system to change. And in the meantime, while you're waiting on the system to change, what's happening to the masses of black people? What's happening to the black community while you're waiting on the system to change? Wait a minute, but not only waiting on the system to change, but relying and participating with the system at the same time. Now, it's one thing if we were saying, well, okay, we're going to do like Booker T. Washington or Garvey or the most Elijah Muhammad, and we're going to build for ourselves over here while the system changes over there. But we're wanting the system to change while including us, right, into spaces that traditionally we are not allowed to go in. And really, most of us don't even want to go in. It's a dangerous proposition. Who benefits from that? Because you're not building black economic power while trying to get the system to change. The NAACP has never had an economic agenda for black people. So deal with poverty, live in that until a lot of black folks weren't going for that. That was even too selloutish for Dr. King now. You know what I'm saying? That was no, man, can't do it like that. Let's go.
Fewer folks in the South seem to be agreeing with them as the 60s approached. The power of new organizations was clearly evident now.
Vietnam became the American key to the security of Southeast Asia soon after the end of French colonial rule there in 1954. The country was split in half at the 17th parallel. The North fell under communist rule. The South was turned free. Since then, the story of South Vietnam has been the story of this man, Ngo Dinh Diem, the son of a noble Mandarin family that turned Roman Catholic back in the 17th century. Diem came to power in 1955. His country had been split in two a year earlier, and with a multi-billion-dollar U.S. aid program, Diem built a powerful army as a bulwark against the communist guerrillas in the north.
So here we go with Vietnam, y'all. And Vietnam in a nutshell was really about a lot of wars, especially wars the United States would get involved in during those days, were really about preventing the spread of communism. Right. It was really about preventing the spread of communism. And so the United States would definitely get involved in conflicts in strategic parts of the world where they didn't want communism to spread. Maybe they were doing a certain type of business, getting natural resources from a country, and they liked the price that they was already getting, but feared if a communist regime would come in, that communist regime wouldn't do business with the United States, right? So here you're starting to see the growth of the military industrial complex. And the industrial part of the military industrial complex is the part where the military is weaponized and used to help the United States conduct business throughout the world. Okay. And that basically involves, you know, getting natural resources on the cheap and other things. All right. So let's keep going.
By 1960, student involvement in the struggle was moving individuals and groups apart philosophically.
SNCC
The
emerges.
most important thing was to
Held
develop
by
people
Ella
to the
Baker.
point where they don't need the strong savior type leader.
Here's Ella Baker again. Here's that Ella Baker, right? Here's that Ella. She was already interim executive director of SELC, but now here she is forming SNCC at a student meeting. Raise your hand if you knew Ella Baker founded SNCC. Here she is forming SNCC at a student meeting. And what is she saying in this quote? We got to get people to the point, our people to the point to where they're not depending on a single strong leader. This is strategy. If you're depending, yes, Jack. Yes. The founder of NAACP is absolutely a white man. Yes, white, and a group of white people at that. Okay. They brought black people in after the NAACP was founded, right? But with Ella Baker, right? Ella is working with the youth. I love Ella Baker because I work with youth. Man, I'm about to go study Ella Baker because she's working with the youth and she's radicalizing the youth like, yo, this ain't what that is. Let's get organized. See, somebody has to dot the I's, cross the T's, and organize behind the scenes, ask all the hard questions. I'm seeing that role in the civil rights movement belonging to Ella Baker. She's not up front. She's not trying to be a star. Matter of fact, her whole approach is no one of us should be the face of the movement. That's a sound strategy, because with people, number one, people will fall to the what they call that, personality worship, the cult of personality, right? And that seems to be the strategy of Bayard Rustin, right? It is to catapult Dr. King, right, into a cult personality figure, right? To make him the face. Well, if you're the face, then when you get the white liberals and all that, and it's time to invest, when corporate America wants to invest in the movement, they're going to go where the publicity is. I want to be on Time Magazine. If Time Magazine going to write about Dr. King, I want them to mention that Frosted Flakes donated $10,000. That's a free Frosted Flakes commercial in Time Magazine. Y'all see how that works? So you can exploit leadership that's individual, right? You can exploit that. Ella Baker understood that. She said, we got to get black people strong enough to where there's no one leader or one personality that becomes the face of the whole movement. You got to make it where if they get rid of one of us, 10 gonna take its place. Let's keep going. So SNCC is formed, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. They still carrying a nonviolent approach, believing in nonviolent protest, but it's younger. The leadership is younger, right? And they on fire. This is the next level. Here we go.
SNCC, though still nonviolent in its approach, was less interested in the process of negotiation than in the power to unsettle the white power structure throughout the South, and wanted to move with more haste than
Marion Barry. Ella Baker leaves the
One of the
SCLC.
first questions Daddy King asked me was whether I was a Democrat. Daddy King had been a lifelong Republican, that is, up until 1960.
Okay, this is big. Look at this. Look at this, boy. I'm gonna tell you something. That dude right there, that's a ruthless cat right there, man. That's a ruthless dude right there. Adam Clay Powell Jr. was New York. You hear me? He was a New York politician. Okay? Adam Clay Powell Jr. was a true New York politician. You know what I'm saying? This guy, okay, so MLK and Bayard Rustin, they're planning a march. They're planning a march. They're planning a march on the Democratic and Republican conventions, right? Now, he's a politician, okay? I believe he's a Republican, right? Well, I'm sure his white cronies is like, hold up, bruh. You know, don't have them come protest both parties. Don't have them come protest us. We the party of Lincoln. Well, Adam Clay Powell stepped to MLK and threatened to say, I'm going to accuse you and Bayard of having an affair. Y'all must be lovers if y'all going to have this march. He played that card. He played that card, right? Now, I don't believe MLK was gay. Just because Bayard was in his ear don't mean they was lovers. I don't subscribe to that. I'm not here to disrespect or disparage the name of Dr. King in any way, right? Right? But look at the politics that are being played, the games that are being played behind the scenes, right? He's beholden to his white Republican leadership. He said he's going to stop that march. And guess what? He stopped it too. They didn't do that march. They didn't do that march. No, the last thing you need is a scandal, right? Oh, Adam Clay Powell went, and look here. All right. See, everybody's leveraging, y'all. And I want you to look at this because this goes on today. Do not judge your leaders just based on what they're telling you on the mic. You have to ask the hard questions. You got to ask, where's the money coming from? Who financed your local city councilman's campaign? Because that's who they're beholding to. Where's the money coming from? Where's the real influence coming from that allows them to do a little bit for you, but a whole bunch of lot for them? And what kind of envelope do they have? See, they do them envelopes. Okay, I know a local politician in Fort Worth once. I ain't gonna name his name. It was a local politician in Fort Worth, young, and people say he was the next big thing, you know what I'm saying? But he liked them strip clubs, and he didn't realize that while he was doing his thing, you know, because folks was taking pictures of him, getting them lap dances, things like that. Well, when he built up some momentum, looked like he was gonna try to make a difference, somebody slid him an envelope in them pictures. Say, oh yeah, if you take this any further, this is gonna come out, married man, and we ain't heard from him since. So these type of games are played. Kwame Kilpatrick, beautiful brother, former mayor of Detroit, beautiful, intelligent brother, right? But he went one step, he upset somebody very powerful, and the powerful person opened up an envelope on him and had him sent to prison, had him destroyed. These games, they didn't just start now. They was played back then too. All right, let's keep going. It's false, caves in and accepts, yeah. So not only did they not have the march, Rustin got kicked out the SCLC. Now here's JFK. Now note that JFK, he meets secretly with Dr. King in New York. Now, if he's black folks president, why he got to meet with Dr. King secretly? Because remember, JFK is a Democrat. Black people up until this time had been voting Republican every election because it's the party of Lincoln. So here's a Democrat coming in. He's going to meet with Dr. King because number one, he's Irish and he's a Roman Catholic. He's a Catholic, the first Catholic president ever, right? And Southern whites hate Catholics. They ain't with that. They don't like Irish people. They don't like Catholics, right? And the Democratic Party is a Southern white party, right? But the northern arm of the Democratic Party, the industrial arm of the Democratic Party, right? They want power now. They want control now. And they want to put the Southern Democrats in check. In one way that they feel like they can take over the Southern Democratic Party is if they can somehow get the black vote. Because the majority of the black population during this time was still in the South, even though we had begun to migrate other places. If they could turn the black vote. So now you got him meeting secretly with Dr. King because he doesn't want to upset the Southern Democrats. If the Southern Democrats find out that he's meeting with Dr. King, then it's a wrap. All right. Oh, you missed out on the Bayard. Bayard, Dr. King asked Bayard to resign. He kicked him out of SCLC because Adam Clayton Powell was going to run a story saying that Bayard and Dr. King was having an affair. Adam Clayton Powell was just trying to stop. It's not true. And he was just trying to stop a march from happening. That the SCLC was planning a march on the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention, and Adam Clayton Powell threatened to throw that rumor out there. And as a result, Dr. King canceled the march and canceled Rustin. Well, he put him out of the limelight. He told him, you got to get some distance. All right, so that's what happened with that. Now we're dealing with JFK. Here we go.
Cuba's Fidel Castro arrives at New York's Idlewild Field. The first in a parade.
Relations between the U.S. and Cuba are deteriorating.
Iron Curtain nation and Russian ally.
Castro done took over Cuba. Cuba and Malcolm. So while Martin is meeting JFK, right? While Martin is meeting JFK, okay, Malcolm is meeting Castro. While Martin is meeting with JFK, Malcolm is meeting with Castro. Castro is a revolutionary leader and new president of Cuba, right? Who had just taken over, right? Who had just taken over. That's Cuba. Castro's from Cuba. They had just taken over via a successful revolution, and they kicked out American casinos. And now they're starting to adopt socialism into their government and reject capitalism. So the relationship between the United States and Cuba is like this. So you got the two most prominent black leaders, two of the most prominent. The streets love Malcolm meeting with Castro, right? And then you got Martin, who's the national figure. He's meeting with JFK. I just find that to be very, very interesting and telling at the same time. All right, but it gets the plot thickens. So MLK, notice right here, he was arrested for driving with an Alabama license in Georgia. Okay. 6 months later, he goes to be a part of a sit-in in Atlanta. He still got that Alabama license in Georgia.
6 months hard labor in the state penitentiary at Reidsville. It was a horrible shock to all of us.
Did y'all know that Dr. King was arrested, put on probation for having driving in Georgia with an Alabama license? Then when he participated in a sit-in in Atlanta, he was arrested again and he still had that Alabama license. So this time they violated his probation. See, Dr. King was caught up in the system too, y'all. They violated his probation and sentenced him to 6 months hard labor at the death row prison in Georgia. At the death row prison. So check this out. Pretty excessive, huh? All right, check this out.
Of us, obviously a viciously unjust sentence for a traffic violation.
Reidsville.
ML was never comfortable in isolation. He enjoyed people too much to be cut off from others.
These are the words of his father.
Solitary confinement. I felt the effects of his well-being might be devastating. Worse than anything, perhaps. They had taken ML away from Coretta and the family during her pregnancy with her third child.
I was 5 months pregnant and emotionally.
These are the words of Coretta.
Christine burst into tears, and seeing her for the first time, I cried in public. Daddy King was so upset himself that he scolded me for crying, which seemed to make it worse. Martin was immediately taken back to a jail cell. Daddy King and I were allowed to go in and see him. I was trying not to cry when we went into the cell, but tears were streaming down my face. When Martin saw me, he said, "Corey, dear, you have to be strong. I've never seen you like this before. You have to be strong for me." Then Daddy King said,
"I'm not taking this lying down. You don't see me crying. I am ready to fight. When you see Daddy crying, Coretta, then you start crying."
Daddy King was thinking in terms of practical things, like finding lawyers who could get Martin out of jail.
Right.
He asked me to go with him.
Through contacts around the state, I was able to learn that the authorities were hoping to create a situation that would result in ML's being killed in a fight with another inmate.
So Daddy King finds out through his connections that the whole plan was to have Martin killed in prison. That Martin was going to be set up to be in a fight with another inmate and be killed during that 6 months while he was in prison. So now you up against the clock. This is an assassination plot. You know what I'm saying? It put in action. But some curious things end up happening. Watch this. Did y'all know about that? I learned about that when I watched this.
As I was getting dressed, the telephone rang. The person at the other end said, "May I speak to Mrs. Martin Luther King Jr.?" "Just a minute, Mrs. King. For Senator Kennedy." I waited for a few seconds, and a voice made familiar by scores of television broadcasts said,
"Good morning, Mrs. King. This is Senator Kennedy."
So hold up. So Martin is put in prison. He's going to be set up to be killed. Word gets back to MLK Sr. All of a sudden, the Kennedys are calling Coretta at the house. Sometimes people set up situations, right? Sometimes people set up situations where you need them and they call you, it seems like right in time, like right on time. Let's keep going.
Coretta had received a call from
Harris Wofford, who was hired to court Negro voters, arranges the call. JFK is reluctant to get involved because he's also seeking support from segregationists, like Alabama Governor John Patterson.
Senator Kennedy's brother, Robert, telephoned DeKalb County State Court Judge Oscar Mitchell. Suddenly, papers were signed on ML's behalf,
on his own.
And a day later, my son had been released from prison.
Oh, look. So, y'all, we're about to learn why black people vote Democrat. What happened? So, JFK calls, lends his support, right? And then next thing you know, his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, makes a call, and Dr. King is released the next day. How convenient. How convenient that the man who was hired to court Negro voters, right, set the whole thing up. He set the call up between the Kennedys and the Kings. Yeah, come on now. And you hear Daddy King, who these are his words. He wasn't impressed. He was impressed by Richard. He was more impressed with Richard Nixon than he was with Kennedy. Remember how powerful the black pastor was during these days, right? Remember how powerful whoever the pastor told you to vote for, that's who you voted for back then. Watch what happened.
A record number of Americans, upwards of 67 million, go to the polls to elect the 35th President of the United States. Citizens from Maine to Hawaii record their choices as the attention of the entire globe focuses on the contest for the leadership of the most powerful nation
Reverend King publicly switches his endorsement of Richard Nixon to John F. Kennedy.
And first returns bear out predictions in Mr. Kennedy's favor.
Now, this is the daddy. John F. Kennedy loses white Southerners, but carries 70% of the Negro vote to slim victory.
Climax saw Senator Kennedy the victor with a clear margin of electoral votes.
Whoa. That's what happened? Is that why every year, every election, we vote Democrat without fail? It wasn't a big civil rights bill. It wasn't a huge reparations package. It was the first time since the 15th Amendment passed that a Democrat carried the black vote. Kennedy courted the black vote by making a bunch of empty promises, right? But what happened was when Martin Luther King Jr. was put in that pickle where he was going to be killed, the Kennedys get him out of jail. Martin Luther King Sr. comes out and says, I now endorse Kennedy because he's returning the favor. Once one of the most powerful pastors in America, black pastors, Martin Luther King Sr., MLK Jr. didn't do that. Once Martin Luther King Sr. endorsed Kennedy, other black pastors endorsed Kennedy, and Kennedy got 70% of the black vote. He got his baby out of jail, didn't he? Wait a minute. Now you find your 70% of black people just voted for the party that had been lynching them since the end of Reconstruction. I'm going to say that again. Black people switched and voted for the party that had been responsible for the black codes in the first place. That was a Democratic agenda that Republicans just jumped on. Now, also, you can't lie about the betrayal of the Republican Party. We've now gone through, from 1895 to the 1960s, you've gone through 70 years of Jim Crow, 70 years of black codes, rampant lynching, 70 years of civil rights leaders being killed, that sort of thing. And the Republicans ain't did nothing except get the black vote every 4 years. So now the situation was right. The Democrats saw that. Northern Democrats saw that, and they jumped on it. Right? They jumped on it. But you can't judge. I don't put judgment on any of our elders and ancestors in these situations. I'm careful. I'm very careful about that. Right? But you vote Democrat to get Dr. King out of jail. That's why you vote Democrat. That's why black people vote Democrat, because Dr. King, because Kennedy got King out of prison and basically saved his life. Regardless of his motive, he saved his life for the time being, regardless of his motive, right? But I'm gonna put this forward and go back to Ella Baker saying a strong people don't need strong individual leaders. I'm gonna put this out there, and I'm gonna say this: was it worth it? What did we trade? What did we, Dr. King was taking us more towards a partyless position. Dr. King never endorsed a political party. Matter of fact, the people in his ear they wanted to disrupt the whole apple cart and create a new party. They want to create a socialist movement in America. They want to create a different type of movement in America. Right? But here you have Daddy King saving Martin, making the compromise, endorsing the Kennedys. And not only did it work, it flipped 70% of the black vote. It flipped 70% of the black vote. And we've been voting Democrat ever since. I know that felt weird in the South, with a lot of traditional white Democrats like, oh, now blacks vote Democrat. A lot of them jumped ship and went Republican. So now you see this shift in attitudes with the parties, right? So now a lot of those Southern Democrats, they jumped ship, created their own party. Some went Republican, the whole 9 yards. But this was a historic shift in the political lives of black people. We voted Republican after slavery because that was the party of Lincoln. And that's what it was. And during Reconstruction, to the Republican Party credit, black people were getting in office and doing their thing. But then after Reconstruction, compromises were made. Jim Crow was put in place. The South took back, the Democrats took back the South. Republicans allowed it to happen. Now you got JFK coming in, rescuing Dr. King from prison. In exchange, Dr. King Sr. and other black pastors endorsed Kennedy, and the black vote flipped 70% Kennedy. Wow. Here we go.
At 43 years of age, he is the youngest man ever voted as the White.
And we've been paying Dr. King's bail ever since.
House and the first Catholic chief executive in the history of the nation, with victories in the Southern Bible Belt, as well as the industrial centers of the North, to attest the shattering of a long-standing political
It was said the Kennedys put one over on us because we weren't really astute enough to see how we were being used. We were called blind and ignorant. I did what I felt was necessary. Anyone who would have hesitated to welcome the help of the Kennedys' offer has never had a son or a daughter in the kind of danger ML faced.
Notice ML never endorsed Kennedy, but Daddy King letting y'all know, man, I've been a fool not to accept this help. People called us dumb, say they got over on us, but I've been a fool not to accept this help.
Based in Reidsville.
1961.
I know that I do believe. Oh, we shall overcome. Some we'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand.
So now you have this narrative. Well, the North, young people in the North, white and black, becoming idealistic and wanting to come and be a part of the civil rights struggle, be a part of the civil rights movement. But again, remember, y'all, this is a political and economic battle, not an ideological one. And young people are basically being manipulated to take sides, just the same way a soldier is in the army. It's not asking questions about the politics behind why they're going to war. They just know that their handler said that's the enemy, and that person is trying to threaten freedom, and we're going to go get them. So now you have this narrative that won Kennedy the election, right? This narrative of civil rights and being a friend to the Negro and all that is gaining steam. And so now people want to be a part of it, but they don't really know what they're getting into, right? And it may have been an unintended side effect of what was going on, right? But remember the politics and economics behind it all. All right. Remember the politics. Remember, money is being donated. Money is being moved. Programs are being funded. Right. So if you can make a splash with a program, if you could bring publicity, corporate America is going to respond. Celebrities are going to respond. So you see a shift with this new young president. He having a fling with Marilyn Monroe. And you're starting to see a shift in American culture that's becoming a little more liberal and a little less conservative. The 60s.
We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. Someday. Oh, live in my heart. I do believe we shall overcome. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace.
And one of the facts in your estimation is that Negro and white can never live together in America. Can never ever.
I love that they show him. Before I get to Malcolm's quote, did y'all know about the time that when the Freedom Riders were attacked and Dr. King went to Montgomery and they had a rally at the church and there was over 1,500 people there, that white people surrounded the church and wouldn't let anybody in or out? Yeah, I was like 2 days ago, years old, when I heard about that incident, and that the local police wouldn't help. They had to go all the way up the chain to get them people out that church. And I love that they superimposed Malcolm's viewpoint. Now you see what was fueling Malcolm's frustration as well. Okay.
Evidently, the white man feels that the Negro can never live with him because it's the white man who is stopping integration. I'm not the one who is stopping Negroes from integrating with whites. I'm not the one who keeps Negroes from integrating white schools. And so don't put the burden of proof on.
Nope. How Kennedy done got in office. Now Dr. King is calling like, man, look, the police ain't nobody helping us in Alabama. And Kennedy don't want to help. I got what I want. Finally, they reluctantly rescued them out of that church. Yeah, Malcolm say he ain't the one stopping integration. They talk about you don't believe whites and blacks could live together. No, white people don't believe that. Why they trying to flip it? Come on, man. Let's keep going.
On me, it is the white man himself who is guilty and whose guilt proves that the Negro and the white man can't live side by side. Now, if I'm wrong in saying they can't, just prove that I'm wrong by doing it.
Ooh-wee. Yo, when I grew up, a lot of black people had pictures of white Jesus, MLK, and JFK on their wall. But evidently, nobody told Martin Luther King and JFK that they supposed to been friends. You know, and you see how Robert Kennedy responded to an angry Dr. King. He said, man, don't make threats. That ain't the way to deal with us. That's a threat. So now, bro, don't. Oh, you need to watch your tone. You need to watch your tone. That ain't how you deal with us. See, Martin wasn't naive. He understood the relationship. He understood, and I think it was becoming more and more clear that we ain't have no friends. I think it was becoming more and more clear to Dr. King. Right? So let's keep going. Public opinion is about to turn on Dr. King. Malcolm putting that heat on too. Malcolm putting that heat on. He's calling out the hypocrisy of the civil rights movement, the whole 9 yards.
Martin thought making all the money you could and ignoring people's needs was wrong. He didn't want to own a lot of things.
The most publicized and best organized Klan leader is Imperial Wizard Robert Shelton of the United Klan's Knights of the KKK. Shelton spends much of his time in his Tuscaloosa, Alabama office, constantly listening to tape recordings of Martin Luther King Jr. while he
Did y'all see where he just said that the police department and the local officials were feeding the Klan information about black leaders? Y'all, this ain't no joke. I'm gonna let it play for a little bit.
Civil rights demonstrators.
J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, held ML in his work in contempt.
Yes, the civil rights himself on the movement.
We had been aware of the dangers. To avoid it was impossible, even as avoiding the coming of darkness.
I think the nigger has rights in this country. He should have equal rights, but separate rights. It's worked for 100 years in the South, and I think it will work now.
Well, where do you think the money is coming from behind the civil rights movement?
From the Communist Party, from the Zionist Christ-killing Jews.
Communists have planted the idea. Don't do anything for yourself. Just get out there and fight and yell and scream and demand everything.
My bad, y'all. Uh-oh, I thought I was on. Look, y'all remember earlier in the documentary when W.B. Du Bois was coming at Marcus Garvey? Can y'all hear me now? Do y'all remember when he was coming at Garvey earlier in the documentary? He said Marcus Garvey was the most dangerous man against progress in Black America. He said Garvey must go. That's what this man said when he was in his youth, right? But look, by the time 1960s hit, where does he move? He moved to Africa. Garvey had a Back to Africa movement. I guess Garvey was right. He denounced his American citizenship. I'm talking about W.B. Du Bois. He denounced his American citizenship, embraced socialism, and moved to Africa, where he would spend his final days. Here you have the NAACP chugging along, right? Trying to control the narrative on Black freedom. It wasn't a help thing. Now, do y'all see that it wasn't just a help thing? It was a help and control thing. It was a control thing. And here they are controlling the narrative, controlling and shifting the black dollar, using Black people as a leverage tool to do business. Shaping our opinions, shaping our politics, right? You got Thurgood Marshall, they call him Mr. Civil Rights. Y'all ever wonder why you never see Thurgood Marshall at a sit-in or protest or anything like that? So according to this documentary, Thurgood was feeding the FBI information about civil rights leaders as well and was told to stay away. So here's the NAACP and here's the white liberal movement manipulating the Black liberation movement, if out of nothing else, a sense that Black people were too inferior to know what they wanted for themselves.
That's a good excuse for doing nothing.
Now go Stokely.
And you merit nothing but contempt, because when you don't do anything,
Ku Klux Klan grows stronger.
Contempt for you. The NAACP collects millions of dollars to racial sites. They go out of their way to create race issues. Because the more race issues they create, the more they've got an appeal for begging for funds. But what do they do with that money? What do they do with it? In fact, when they hold a convention, they don't even go near the Negro neighborhood. When they're spending their money.
Georgia formed a coalition of local black activists. Local leaders invite ML to generate publicity, but some SNCC members resent his coming. All right, so now Dr. King is kind of on the outs with the Kennedys. Okay. You got SNCC forming and really the streets is getting with SNCC. In the South, the community people are getting with SNCC because SNCC is on the ground. People like Stokely Carmichael, who would change his name to Kwame Ture, they on the ground. These young people are registering people to vote, helping people go vote, marching people to the polls. They doing that. They staying out the news. They trying to stay out. They have a ground. So SNCC has like a foundation of leaders, right? Now you have some like the John Lewis and others that like that camera, right? But SNCC had a leadership on the ground that was resonating with regular everyday black people, right? And now the SCLC and the NAACP is getting into it, right? Because SCLC is basically using the NAACP as a lawyer, like, all right, we're in trouble, come get us out, but when we get like victories, we're not gonna give you no credit, that sort of thing. Again, jealousy. Everybody wanting the publicity, the politics that goes on behind the scenes, the white donors, who we're going to give, how much we're going to give them, the whole 9 yards. And black people having an opinion. All right. Now, and in the views I express, y'all, these are how I'm interpreting it. This is what I feel. This is my feeling based on what I'm studying. I'm not saying by no means what I'm saying is 100% true, right? But I'm looking at this. I'm seeing what's going on. And I'm like, wow, it's not as simple. Things aren't as simple as we would like them to be, right? So now you got the NAACP ain't feeling Martin. Because, like, man, you grandstand, you getting all the publicity, but then we flipping the bill. But you getting donations too, right? But now SCLC, which is a lot of young people, they looking at Martin like, you know, what's up, Law? They just called him the law, and call him slick. Like, yeah, man, you a puppet. You just want the publicity thing. You ain't down here doing the grunt work no more, right? So Martin is kind of like in the middle of all of this, right? Executive sessions, you got to keep up. No, but Dr. King and Kennedy fell out because Martin and about 1,500 people in Alabama were barricaded inside of a church, right? And by white folks, and the police refused to help get them out. And Kennedy at first refused to help too, but then he finally relented. So Martin was like, okay, we get you, and black people get you in office. You know, Kennedy like, shit, that was his first swap. We done. But Kennedy finally helped them get out the barricade. He sent in some troops to get them out. So that's what happened. Don't ask me nothing else, executive session. All right. Let's get back to it.
I think Martin was God's spokesman to the country. But after a while, when the committee gets going, or when the program gets going, it becomes less like God and more like us. That's why things fail.
All right. So as we enter into this last part, right, Martin's popularity starts taking a hit in the early 1960s after Kennedy used them. They got the black vote. And now Martin's getting the bad publicity. The other civil rights organizations ain't feeling him at this point. Like, you know, nah, bro, you ain't our leader, you know, that sort of thing. And Martin goes into Albany, Georgia to help SNCC, and the march doesn't yield any results. Basically, the white folks got wise, right? They got wise to it and basically said, okay, when they come to protest, we ain't gonna do nothing. Matter of fact, the police officers in Albany, Georgia told the racist white people to come out and offer them bread and be extra nice during the march, because it's only effective if they attack the black people. So if we don't attack them, they don't get the publicity that they need. So if it ain't no drama, the news is going what? They going away. Because they know people ain't worried, just like us today. We're not worried about what happened. We like drama. We're not concerned with the people that are affected by the drama. We just want to be entertained by the drama. Well, just like back then. If you don't have dogs and water hoses and things like that, you ain't gonna get on the news. So the people in Albany just calm down. No, I'm the executive session. I'm messing with you. You know what I'm saying? But you gonna catch the replay too. But yeah, so Albany got wise, and this was considered a defeat for Dr. King because nothing got done. They didn't change no laws. They didn't, none of that kind of stuff. And they was telling black folks, you still better not come out here and vote. So that was considered a defeat. Now Dr. King has started seeing negative publicity. He's losing the youth. He's losing his backing from like the other civil rights organizations. Just like you getting all the praise when things are going right, guess what you about to get when things are going bad? All the blame. Here we go.
When Martin Luther King failed to desegregate Albany, Georgia, the civil rights struggle in America reached its low point. King became bankrupt almost as a leader. Plus, even financially, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference was in financial trouble. Plus, it was in trouble.
Echo Hoover. They got a communist. Kennedy later approves a wiretap. Here go y'all friend the Kennedys again. Here go our good friends the Kennedys, right? Now, Malcolm on their head though, ain't he? Malcolm on his head. Malcolm telling him. Malcolm is giving the commentary as it's happening, right? But Malcolm is not hating Dr. King. Malcolm does not believe in the strategy. Malcolm is calling out the hypocrisy in the strategy. He's talking about the ineffectiveness of the strategy, right? And I think Malcolm even had empathy for Dr. King in the sense that he felt that Dr. King was probably basically a good brother just being misguided and manipulated by people who weren't good, right? And now look at J. Edgar Hoover, who, gosh, got his start following Marcus Garvey. J. Edgar Hoover, who got his start taking down Marcus Garvey, now he finna be on King head. Convinces the Kennedys that King is dealing with the white man. This white guy that King is dealing with is a communist. Remember that Levinson, that lawyer? So I don't know if he was a communist or not, but here's J. Edgar Hoover letting JFK know that Dr. King's close advisor is a communist. Well, that means Dr. King might be a communist. Well, the Kennedys, I don't think the Kennedys want to be rid of Dr. King. They not feeling Dr. King like that. So the Kennedys approve the wiretapping of Dr. King's phone. So the white man that was on the left side on the wall in my elder's house when I was growing up was tapping the phone of the black man that's on the wall next to him, but I guess with Jesus looking at both of them. I'm just saying, sometimes we think that people are our friends. They're not our friends. But when you get treated real bad, just somebody giving you a kind word, you'll mistake that for friendship. Martin wasn't under no illusion, though. He knew the Kennedys wasn't his friends. All right, here we go.
King got out and went out to California to a big rally and raised about, I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Come to Detroit and had a march and raised some more thousands of dollars. Right after that, Wilkins attacked King, accused King and the Corps of starting trouble everywhere and then making the NAACP get him out of jail and spend a lot of money. And then he accused King and the Corps of raising all the money and not paying it back. This happened.
So now the civil rights organizations are fighting each other publicly. And Malcolm right there. Malcolm right there calling it out. Just in case you didn't read yesterday's paper. The NAACP mad at Dr. King. They raising money and they getting out of town.
A philanthropic society headed by a white man named Stephen Currier called all the top civil rights leaders together and told them that by you all fighting each other, you're destroying the civil rights movement. And since you're fighting over money from white liberals, let us set up what's known as the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Let's form this council, and all the civil rights organizations will belong to it. And we'll use it for
Here I go again. Okay, my bad, y'all. Woo, I get into it, and my production skills need to pick up. But here, everybody look that up. The Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. The Council for United Civil Rights Leadership. Look that up. All right. This is the council of white liberals who brought all the big popular civil rights organizations together. I think it was like big 5 of them. Brought them all together right? And basically said, you know, y'all gonna mess this thing up. But what is this thing? Like what are they messing up, y'all, right? But they said, what y'all gonna mess this thing up? Since y'all fighting over money, we're gonna form this council. Y'all gonna all be a part of the council. And this is where we're gonna put the pot of money at. A big pot of money that all y'all can get from, but you got to be on code. But whose code? The white liberal code. Whose narrative? Not our narrative. So basically, this is when the civil rights movement, or am I silent now? Let me see. Mic check 1 2. All right, I think I'm good. Okay. All right, can y'all hear me right now? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me in the chat. Mic check 1 2. Okay, good. All right, cool. Right. So this is when the civil rights movement was about. So basically, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call selling out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call selling out. Now, I'm sure there were some malicious sellouts, right? There were some malicious sellouts, right? But there were some strategic sellouts too. There were some desperate sellouts too. There were some people that were just put in a corner, knowing they can't get money anywhere else. And you need money to carry on the work that you're doing. And they legitimately believe that they were doing righteous work. But now you're dealing with the devil. And this is what dealing with the devil is. It's not, here you go, we support your cause and we trust your decisions. Go do your thing. It's no, you're children. Come to the table, children, and we're going to tell you how to do what you're doing, and we'll give you money when you listen. Disregard what the masses of black people want. You're inferior. Right? But to stop the infighting, the Council for United Civil Rights Leadership put up $800,000 and split it 6 ways. Malcolm wasn't lying. Malcolm wasn't lying. He who controls the money controls the movement. I'm going to say that one more time. He who controls the money controls the movement. So in 1962, the fight for black freedom wasn't controlled by white people, because black people were fighting for their freedom in different ways every day. But the civil rights movement that we know of, with the CORE, SNCC, SCLC, and who was the other one? I'm missing somebody. NAACP. Now, bought and sold 1962. All right. Always follow the money. Here we go. Who was this couple that financed your civil rights? Who was this couple that financed your civil rights? And this is why Kyrie and all them get it. These are the narratives that they throw at Kyrie Irving and Kanye West. We were there. We helped you win civil rights. We were right there. You were right there. But what was you right there doing? What was you right there doing? Why were you right there? And did you lead us in the right direction? Here we go.
Fundraising purposes.
Go check out
the black
y'all wrestling
Muslims have
on
put
YouTube.
forth,
Come cook them.
as you ought to know, no concrete program except speaking on 125th Street.
He said, Seymour, you know why I lost that governor's race? I was out-niggered by John Patterson, and I'll tell you here and now, I will never be out-niggered again.
And I say segregation now,
George
segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
There was a large cadre of us who were not concerned about being with white people to give any kind of affirmation to ourselves, but to be sure that there was a guarantee that we as American citizens had access to everything else all other Americans had access to. But the verbiage of the media in that time, you know, in a sense, brainwashed people's opinions. But we were more desegregationists than we were integrationists.
Notice that Brother Bevel here, you know, he's a sociopath, but he was brilliant, right? One of them brilliant brothers who ain't got no emotions. You know what I'm saying? He became an advisor to Dr. King. Dr. King's image is taking a hit. He's taking some L's publicly. You know what I'm saying? And it's time to get the momentum. You're trying to get the momentum back up, right? Because people have a vested interest in his success. And you got this brother right here. I love when he said, it's not so much that we were desegregationists, not integrationists. Because some people say if you want to end segregation, it's because you want integration, right? So it's all about definition, right? Desegregation means I want to dismantle the structure that has the political and economic power of the black community being controlled by the white community, right? That's desegregation. Malcolm defines segregation as when people from outside of your community controls the economics and politics inside your community. Right? Right? And so Bevel made a great point. He said, we want to desegregate. This is a power thing. That don't mean we want to integrate. We want to desegregate. We want to control where our tax dollars go. We want to control that. We want to control the power and economics in our own community, right? And voting is a part of that, right? But Bevel also didn't have a sense of people, this young guy. And yeah, watching they talk about this children's march. And he's fearless in the face of danger.
You can never whip these birds if you don't keep you and them separate. I found that out in Birmingham. You've got to keep the white and the black
provoke
separate.
Mass arrests. As expected. So understand, let's go back when we said nonviolence was a strategy, right? It was a strategy. Okay? They organized the march. They went down there and challenged Bull Connor. They wanted to provoke mass arrest because they wanted the imagery, to use the imagery as leverage. And they put black youth on the front lines purposely to intensify the imagery. Yeah, that you're right, Mr. Gales. That's what injected some momentum back into the movement. They were strategic about where they would protest, strategic about how the protest was going to look, who was going to be involved, because they believed in the tactic that only way you can get something done is to publicly shame them first. And because if you publicly shame that local government, you're publicly shaming the national government. And you're saying, oh, is this America? And so now the national government has to step in because the national government has international ties and international friends. So now they got to step in, right? And save America's image. And that's how you force the federal government to get involved with state issues. But who's the cannon fodder? Who's the collateral damage in all of that? The black community is. Rather than embracing self-development and self-empowerment agendas for black people at the same time, right? So yeah, let's do this.
The speech that John Kennedy made in January, when he said very clearly that we didn't need any more civil rights legislation, that there was sufficient And it was our movement which turned John Kennedy around.
It was Birmingham.
Yeah,
specifically.
Birmingham specifically turned him around on the matter of the need for new civil rights legislation.
Chief Lieutenant. Second March on Washington. President Kennedy objects to the march and warns ML about his communist leanings. Martin Luther King refused to dissociate himself from either. So now what they gonna do? Look, the newspaper articles show Martin Luther King at Highlander School being circulated. They paint him as a communist. Malcolm X inspires egg throwing attack on Dr. King in Harlem.
Freedom Now
They threw
movement,
eggs
hear me.
in Harlem.
We are requesting all citizens to move into Washington, to go by plane.
Look, so now you got the March on Washington, which is really being organized by Rustin and A. Philip Randolph, right? Dr. King at this time is just getting towed up. JFK ain't got no love for him. They painting him as a communist in the newspaper. Black people threw eggs at him in Harlem. Man, yeah, Bevel was thrown off. But you know what? Who ain't crazy fighting this fight? You almost got to be crazy to fight. You almost got to be crazy to stand up in the face of murder, stand up in the face of miseducation. You know what I'm saying? Fighting for people who don't even know they need to be fought for. Fighting for a community that can't even pinpoint what is wrong. You almost got to be crazy to do this. All right, here we go.
By car, bus, any way that you can get there.
Alliances.
Walk if necessary. We are pushing for jobs, housing, desegregated schools. This is an urgent request. Please join.
Same clique that put Kennedy in power joined the March on Washington. It's just like when you got some coffee
that Malcolm finna break it down. Malcolm, listen to this. Malcolm's about to break it down. Notice they said A. Philip Randolph, Rustin, they started organizing the march. Now they socialists too, right? They trying to organize this march for workers and the desegregation. Kennedy can't stop the march. So what he can do is take control of that council. And they went and sat down. Again, white folks having a conversation that black people ain't privy to about black people. And they took control of the march. They went and got the money. They took control. Look at this. Archbishop Patrick O'Boyle feels John Lewis's speech is too militant, so it's toned down.
It's too black, which means it's too strong. What you do, you integrate it with cream.
Birmingham Police Department interoffice communication
intensifies.
It is talked that Martin Luther King and Lena Horne have had a real big affair going. Also, that King's wife, who has several children, is raising hell and threatening a divorce.
Then you have the church bombing.
If he's not going to open up his mouth and outright condemn the Citizens Council by name, and condemn this Ku Klux Klan by name, and condemn the white Masonic order, which is all white, by name, and the white churches in the South by name, then Kennedy is wrong. To point at the Muslims, because we are black, when we express our desire not to mix with whites, they call us a hate group. And Martin Luther King is running around here telling Negroes to love all kinds of white people, and they sick dogs on Martin Luther King.
So JFK is assassinated, right? He starts flipping a little bit on the civil rights issue because of those images produced and you know, the failed coup, the failed attempt to assassinate Castro in Cuba, a lot of business interests in Cuba that was lost, and he was a Roman Catholic. Southern Democrats are mad at him. So he's riding it in a cavalcade in Dallas, Texas, and he's assassinated. Malcolm would come back and make a statement that the chickens came home to roost. Now we know what Malcolm was talking about. Now we know Malcolm Kennedy was playing a dangerous game. He was playing a dangerous game. He brought that black vote over to the Democratic Party. Now all this pressure is on the Democrats to do more, do more, do more. Now they're coming out here trying to segregate and integrate. And you got people like Fannie Lou Hamer trying to come into the Democratic convention. And you got the people in Loudoun County, Georgia, trying to vote and all of that. And you can't stop them and denounce them. And then you got pressure from the black side, like you ain't gonna denounce the KKK. Chickens came home to roost. He played a very, very dangerous game. It's the 60s. Here we go. Executed.
At the moment, the anti-aircraft batteries and machine gun batteries all around town are opening up.
He was being,
here you can't tell on
he
what.
was sanctioning the assassination.
All American personnel have been ordered off the street.
And the assassination of Patrice
here at the
Lumumba in
embassy,
Congo.
reports are trickling in very slowly.
So now was another story. We're not going to gloss over the fact that there was some gunfire exchange in Vietnam. There was one report, and then I guess that wasn't enough to pull the United States into war, right? But so a new report came out that there was more violence over there that was false. But that was all they needed to get the money and the okay from Congress to go to war. Remember 9/11? Remember the war in Afghanistan? Remember the war in Iraq when they said that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and it turned out that he didn't? Same playbook. Same playbook. War is fought over land and resources, period. Not freedom. Rioting in New York triggers outbreaks. So now you have riots breaking out. Now brothers and sisters are burning down the cities. The 60s. Malcolm X leads the Nation of Islam in 1964. He met Dr. King for the first time.
Wait, it's my property. You know, I own this property. You know, don't ever eat here. Now, you want to go to my business?
I'll use axe handles, I'll use guns, I'll use paint, I'll use my fists, I'll use my customers, I'll use my employees, I'll use anything at my disposal. This property belongs to me, my wife, and my children. It doesn't belong to anybody else. I'll throw out a white one or a black one or a red-headed one or a bald-headed one. It doesn't make any difference.
I lived to be at Oslo, Norway, to bear witness when ML received the Nobel Prize for Peace in 1964. And I prayed on the plane trip over there that the Lord would keep me humble, the son of a sharecropper and the father of a man who at age 35 had been presented the most prestigious of world awards.
So now Dr. King is getting the Nobel Peace Prize, you know what I'm saying, in 1965. And again, you see that these aren't like organic things that happen. These accolades like this are based on relationships. It's based on agendas, the whole 9 yards. Not saying he's not deserving. You know, I think that the people who give it out aren't deserving to give it out. I don't think Europeans should give out any prize that represents peace. You know what I'm saying? But at any rate, remember Lester Maddox. He was a restaurant owner in Georgia who refused to seat black people in his restaurant. He became a hero to segregationists. He would ultimately become the governor. From that, he propels himself right into the governor's office as a result. All right, here we go. And I'm gonna have to let this play soon, y'all. I got to go. Hold on.
When ML asked me to join him at Oslo, all over Europe, folks have been clearly aware of what my son was trying to accomplish against enormous odds. But in the United States, a campaign to destroy his leadership was conducted within the government.
So we're celebrating Dr. King's birthday today, but understand that the United States government was an enemy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Understand that the United States government was not a friend to Dr. King at that time. And many black people weren't a friend to Dr. King at that time. All right. He gets a letter that says he's going to expose his affairs if he doesn't kill himself. And Malcolm.
American involvement in Vietnam has been constant and costly since the French were pushed out. At least 61 American lives have been lost in battle with the communist Viet Cong.
3,500 U.S. Marines.
500 American troops are in Vietnam now, ostensibly training and advising the native army, but often as not, getting into the thick of the anti-guerrilla war. $2.5 billion in American aid have been poured into Vietnam thus far, aid that's now running at the rate of $500 million annually.
That's a lot of money, y'all. $500 million a year. That's a lot of money.
When Martin had to be pushed, he was very slow. He agonized. One of his problems, I thought, was that he hated to hurt people's feelings.
Six days of rioting in a Negro section of Los Angeles left behind scenes reminiscent of war-torn cities. More than 100 square blocks were decimated by fire and looters, and few buildings were left intact. Firemen were harassed by snipers and brick-throwing hoodlums as they attempted to control the fires, many of which were left to burn themselves out.
Bayard advised ML to avoid the anti-war effort.
Even suicidal.
So now here comes Martin. He's about to break away. Martin is about to break away from his advisors. Bayard Rustin told him, don't speak on the anti-Vietnam effort. Martin's convinced to do so anyway. And he does it. And this is what many people believe is the beginning of the end. For Dr. King. Now, Dr. King is loved by black people then, and just like he's loved by us now. I love Dr. King, you know. But here you see him take a stand, you know, that I feel was a principled stance. You know, I really feel it. Thank you, Solomon. Thank you, brother, for the donation. Thank you, Julanda, for the donation. Thank you, Monica Lamb, for the donation. Your donations allow us to do the work that we do. So give thanks. I don't take that lightly. Thank you so much. But now you see Martin take a stance against the war, against the advisement of Bayard Rustin and others who are around him, right? And it's a money thing, y'all. People who are committing $500 million investing in something, they don't want the most vocal person in the world. They don't want the most vocal person in the world speaking out against it, right? They don't want the conscience of America speaking out against something that they're investing $500 million of taxpayer money in every year. No, this is the time that they want their Negroes to pray for the troops. Okay, this is the time that you want the Negro to pray for the troops and the black pastors to stand up and support the war. And they saw Dr. King's opposing the war as a direct betrayal of their relationship. All right, here we go. Dr. King struck by a rock. Bevel's campaign expand up north begins and ends in the Windy City. James Meredith shot during his one-man march. Okay. All right, y'all. I need y'all to go look him up, okay? James Meredith, okay? James Meredith, he was the young man who integrated the University of Mississippi. He was the first black student at the University of Mississippi. Now, they say James Meredith was a brilliant, brilliant young man. He would go on to go to Columbia Law School, the whole 9 yards, but he was kind of like an army of one. He wasn't really good with people, you know what I'm saying? And so he wasn't really messing with the civil rights groups and all that. And I think he kind of could see like the shady stuff going on behind the scenes. Well, James Meredith gets an idea that he's going to walk through from Tennessee to Mississippi in a one-man march for peace. A march against fear, saying that you can, and his message was, black people, you can go wherever you want to go. If you carry yourself right, you know, you can go wherever you want to go in America. And he set out to prove it by walking through Mississippi. As soon as James Meredith crossed the state line from Tennessee to Mississippi, he got shot. Okay. White man jumped out the bushes, okay, with a shotgun. And shot. Now, wait a minute, though. When the white man jumped out, the white man shouted, you know, I just want James Meredith, because James had about 7 friends with him. He had some white folks with him. He had like seven friends with him. They was filming, taking pictures, all that. They say when the white man jumped out the bush, I just want James Meredith. Everybody spread out, left James in the middle of the street. Okay? James try to run. He gets shot. He falls. They say he screamed, is anybody going to help me? They said, get down, duck. Right? And so the white man shot him again, but he would survive. He got hit with buckshot and everything. It looked worse than what it was. But yeah, this was the disastrous one-man march, against fear. Right now, after that, though, the civil rights movement is going to jump on the publicity. They're going to go down there and they're going to do a march. And this time it's going to be peaceful. And it become now after this, the movement gets completely commercialized. Check this out. Carry on the march for Meredith.
Now I have a few minutes, only 5, so if you'll allow me, maybe I can say a number of things that needs to be said in this country.
Now, I'm going to break this down. Here's the birth of the Black Power movement, right? As far as the public one that we know, right? This incident, when Stokely and the guys came and they marched with Martin, they basically had philosophical differences the whole time. Right. And now a line is about to be crossed. And Dr. King is saying that, OK, I don't have the influence that I once had. And that so this new youth movement is taking over. Stokely is arrested. When he's let out of jail, that's when he gives this speech where he talks about we want black power.
That needs to be said in this country. And that's what I want to talk about. Now, I want to talk to black people across this country. There are 4 things we have to do. Number 1, we have to stop being ashamed of being black. We've got to stop being ashamed of being black. Number 2, we have to move into a position where we can define terms for what we want them to be, not what racist white society wants it to be. We have to move to a position where we can feel strength and unity amongst each other from what's the heart where we won't ever be afraid. And the last thing we have to do is to build a power base so strong in this country that will bring them to their knees every time they mess with us.
make sure they denouncing the violence. So now
The white liberal was monopolizing the Negro's civil rights fight. And he was allowing into his cartel, his monopoly, only those Negro liberals who would get along with him.
Herman Ferguson. Poor People's Campaign.
They told me it sounded like a firecracker. I had not been home very long when the telephone rang. It was Jesse Jackson.
Coretta, Doc just got shot.
It hit me hard, not surprise, but shock. That call I seemed subconsciously to have been waiting for all of our lives had come. I asked for details, and Jesse, trying to spare me, said Martin was shot in the shoulder.
ML had been shot, an announcer was saying, and he suffered a very serious wound. I turned to Bunch.
Man, after seeing his brother.
But the tears had started pouring down her face.
Remember AD.
No sound came, though.
Remember Dr. King's brother. And give thanks, y'all. Give
More
thanks.
news had been received by a local radio station that indicated ML was hurt, but still alive. Another report came through saying the bullet had struck him in the shoulder.
Christine and her husband, Isaac, came with me to the airport. As we walked up the long corridor full of hurrying people, it all seemed unreal, nightmarish. I heard my name echoing over the public address system. Someone was paging me. I had a cold, strange feeling. When we reached the gate to board the plane, I asked someone to check the page for me. A few minutes later, I saw Dora McDonald walking toward me very fast, and I noticed the expression on her face. Then I knew Martin was dead.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., civil rights leader and Nobel Prize winner, was shot and killed tonight in Memphis, Tennessee. In Washington, at the White House, the news reached President Johnson as he was preparing to leave for Hawaii and conferences on Vietnam and the possibilities of peace negotiations there.
Your love is fading. I can feel your love fading. Girl, it's fading away from me.
1968. Dr. King is assassinated. Robert Kennedy is assassinated. Chickens are still coming home to roost. That civil rights movement, as it was known, was ended in 1968. That's also the year that the people took back the movement with the emergence of the Black Power struggle. Because like, okay, now we got rights. Now let's exercise our power. Now we want to circulate the black dollar. Now we want to have our own communities, our own businesses. Now we want to do global business, international business if we want to. You know what I'm saying? Right. And so now, you know, we want dope out of our communities. We want police terrorism out of our communities. And you see young people rising up. These are the children of Dr. King. These are the children of the civil rights movement coming in they're getting an education like they'd never gotten before. And shout out to Black people for continuing a dedication and a commitment to education since slavery, you know, that I think is second to none in the world. Right. And because you can't have consenting beliefs without education. You can't have thoughts and ideas and proposals without education, without people being able to analyze the situation. Right. And kudos to the Black community for taking whatever level of education we were able to get and turning it into tools for liberation, tools for thought. Right. Kudos to Stokely Carmichael and Mukasa Ricks and others and young people who asked the hard questions to the leadership. They didn't just go along to get along, that you couldn't promise a job to. You couldn't say, hey, one day you could be mayor, so just tone it down. Like, kudos to them for choosing to speak youth to power. You know, shout out to Malcolm, you know, before he died, going on that world tour and meeting leaders in Africa and in other countries. You know what I'm saying? Sharing the plight of Black people here in America, thus globalizing our movement, not just on a Nobel Peace Prize out front way that really speaks to the goodness of Europeans, right? But on a grassroots level that speaks to the inherent goodness of Black people and non-white peoples. That don't mean that that white people are all, you know, y'all evil and bad, all of y'all or whatever, right? No, the issue, right, is the inherent belief of our inferiority. Like, I don't fight white supremacy. I fight Black inferiority. When things got hot for Kwame Ture or Stokely Carmichael, he was able to go to Africa and find asylum, find a place to be. Right? That's we got don't discount that. Don't discount that when the Black Power movement came along. Now you have young Black revolutionaries that are making global friends. Of course, you got people from other countries that are coming in and attending universities in America. Well, you got a generation of Black children, the biggest, generation of Black children that are now integrating these universities, going on these college campuses. That's how you get a Huey P. Newton and a Bobby Seals, because you have a Kwame Ture who can go speak on the college campus and then come speak in the neighborhood. That's how you get a Black Panther Party for self-defense. But it was born out of Lowndes County, Georgia, the work that SNCC did with the communities in Georgia fighting to get the right to vote. See, the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement, they are interchangeable, and it's a transition from one phase of our struggle to another, not to opposing movements. It's one movement. It's one movement that's fought in several different ways. And yes, there's always going to be one aspect of resistance that those you are resisting will prefer over the other. That just makes sense. I would rather you try to change my mind than to hit me in the face. That just makes sense. I'd rather you take a little bit, allow me to just share a little bit with you and give you a little bit more over time than for me to give you your fair share today. If you owe me $20, you'd much rather be able to give me 5 cents a month than to give me my $20 up front. If you owe me reparations, you would much rather just pass laws that I could benefit from than to cut me my check up front. I'm going to know what you need is opportunity. You don't need repair. You need opportunity. How can I take advantage of an opportunity if I'm too damaged to do it? All right. So, y'all, I done put in 4 hours. I put in 4 hours on this documentary. I want you all to finish this documentary. Richard Nixon defeats Hubert Humphrey, George Wallace in the president's. Like, it's still so much that's about to go on. It's going to talk about the hostage situation at Atlanta University involving MLK Sr., with Samuel L. Jackson being one of the students at Atlanta University to take Dr. King's daddy hostage. Dr. King's brother, A.D., will be found mysteriously drowned in his backyard right after he accepted co-ministership of Ebenezer Baptist Church. They felt like they were propping him up to pick up where Dr. King left off. A.D. is mysteriously killed. Well, they say he drowned, but Daddy King in the documentary gonna tell you he was a pro. He was a great swimmer. So now you got this man, Dr. King Sr., born a sharecropper. Now he's had a son to be assassinated by the government. And don't think the King family ever had any confusion as to why Dr. King was killed. Matter of fact, I believe there was a civil suit. Y'all look it up. I believe in the early 2000s where the United States government was found liable for the death of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So he has a son assassinated. His second son dies under mysterious circumstances. He survives a hostage situation. They didn't want to hurt him. Samuel L. when they weren't trying to hurt him, they just wanted better conditions at the school. Then his wife is assassinated. His wife is killed in church. Dr. King's mother is actually killed in church by a young brother who claimed to be a Hebrew Israelite. It is eerily similar. It's eerily similar to when the sister stabbed Dr. King. Wait till y'all watch it. When a sister attempted to kill Dr. King, she said, "You're all communists. I hate you. I've been trying to get you. Y'all have to get me." Well, when this young man comes and kills Dr. King's mother, shoots him in the church, he said he did it because they were communists and he was, and all Christians were his enemies and all of that, and he smiled through it all. And wait till y'all see how disturbing that part of it is. So now he deals with his wife being murdered. I'm talking about King Sr. I pray for the King family, you know. I'm not really torn on that end. You know what I'm saying? I don't appreciate the ideology, some of the ideology, because I feel like a lot of it was disingenuous, and I think a lot of it was framed to manipulate the masses rather than to empower the masses. But for that generation of Black people, and that's why I'm glad that context is here, right? For that generation of Black people, for so many, there were no easy choices. There were no easy choices. And if there was ever a case for clemency or forgiveness or empathy, this is it right here. I believe the past is meant to be learned from, not to get mad at, not to shade anybody's memory or anything like that, but it's definitely meant to be learned from. And I have so much respect for a generation that wasn't even 100 years up from slavery, being attacked politically and economically by the most powerful country on, and physically by the most powerful country on earth, and fighting back in the best ways they knew how. You got to fight the programming. You got to fight images of a white God in your mind that says, you know, you don't, if your enemy strike you on one cheek, turn and let them strike you on the other cheek. I can't fathom the confusion. I can't fathom the fear. I can't fathom. And you probably can't either. When you think about Medgar Evers and others, and think about the sanitation worker who don't have the cameras come out, it don't have the protection that Dr. King had, it doesn't have the publicity. The sanitation worker that was marching, and white people in town that they knew and grew up with is watching them, his employer watching him, and he got to worry about if he gonna have a job on Monday because he marching on Saturday. The sister who chose to get out there and protest because she really believed that they were walking and marching and fighting for freedom, who cleaned up for white folks, and while she was walking, she was worried that Mr. Smith, who house she cleaned, would see her in that line and she wouldn't have a job on Monday and she have to figure something out. See, the thing about that money that was being raised from the white liberal movement, that money wasn't going in the pockets of poor Black people. That money wasn't going into the pockets of working class Black people to subsidize their sacrifice for getting out there and fighting for freedom. So as we remember Dr. King today, Remember the black community. Remember yourself. Remember your great uncle, your granddaddy, your great grandmama, whoever had to navigate through all of this so you could be here. Remember them today. You can catch the rest of the documentary on YouTube. But as we remember Dr. King, you cannot remember Dr. King. You cannot remember Malcolm. You can't remember the most honored Elijah Muhammad. You can't remember A. Philip Randolph. You can't remember any civil rights or black liberation, black revolution, any leader you love, any leader you think of. You cannot remember them without remembering the average, everyday African. Because if it wasn't for black people, none of them would have reached prominence. None of them. And nothing, not any Civil Rights Act, not the Emancipation Proclamation, nothing ever happened because of a charismatic leader. It only happened because the powers that be feared the reaction of the masses of black people. It's you. Ella Baker was right in warning us about having strong individual leaders and just focusing on that strong individual leader, because it takes the power away from the people. You lose your confidence in your ability to make a difference. That's why y'all don't see Baba Amin all over the place. That's why when we had the Temple of New African Unity, I wasn't talking like God sent me down here in a spaceship and everybody needs to follow Baba. I refuse to allow people to follow me. No, stand up and lead you. Then we can lead us together. Find your place, right, in building up our children. Find your place in building up our community and lead that. I'm not interested in being the king of this and the king of that and all of that. No, I just want to build a better place for my children, just like everybody else on the planet, no matter what you look like. That's what I want to do. And we embrace the African liberation struggle, number one, because we're Africans and we believe in liberation. Number two, because there's really nothing stopping us but us. At least get to the point where the line has to be drawn. At least get to the point where they say, okay, black people, that's enough. You're getting too powerful. You need to calm down. Let's at least get back to that point. Let's at least get back to there. So then we look at it and say, okay, who don't want us to be powerful? Who don't trust our leadership? Who doesn't trust that we're going to be good stewards of what it is that we build? But let's not forfeit our right to build it. And let's not give up our belief in ourselves to be able to build for ourselves. We don't need law enforcement to come in and calm down the black community. We can calm ourselves down. We don't need the system to take control of our children for us. We can control our children. We can raise our children. We can love our children. We can teach our children. We can believe, in our children. I've been discouraged lately. See, I needed this today too, because I've been discouraged lately. I've been discouraged because I hear things like it's over for us. That's a wrap. We lost. That's it. I get discouraged because I see like a good way to get likes and views is to talk bad about black folk. That's a good way to get likes and views. That's a good way to get attention, to get out here. Maybe I get me a good beef going or something like that. And I guess the discouragement ain't that, because I don't want to be famous. I think the discouragement comes into our appetite for it. Right? Just our appetite for it. And it makes you wonder. It makes me wonder, as someone who has committed my life to education, committed my life to building the Uhuru Academy, to building safe spaces for African children and adults to learn. It makes me wonder if I'm building a school in a burning house. like Dr. King say, are we integrating into a burning house? Are we building schools in a burning house? Do you all want African-centered education? Do y'all want empowerment-based education? Do y'all want an education solution for your children, or what do you want? Or do we still want the system to change? So are we still waiting? Do you want to learn your history? Do you even want that? Do you even see the benefits of the story? I'm showing you how much attention that Europeans pay to the narrative, how much attention that the people in power pay to the story that is told. Does that spark you to want to tell your story and learn your story and take control of your story, your narrative? Anybody in business will tell you, man, it's all about having a good story. You want investors, it's all about having a good story. You got to attach a good story to your business plan. It ain't just about your business plan. It got to be a good story attached to it. And right now, as Black people, you're walking into job opportunities, you're walking into investment rooms, and you're not walking in with a good story because your story begins with slavery. Who wants to do business with a slave? Nah, man. You come from the soul of this country, period. If this country had a soul, it's Black people. You pulled off the greatest act of forgiveness in the history of humanity when you forgave the United States of America for enslaving your ancestors for over 300 years and pledged to be a loyal citizen to the country that enslaved your ancestors. No other group of human beings have ever made a commitment to peace with their oppressor like you have. But I'm starting to wonder, was that because we believe in peace or only because we were scared of our oppressor? Is that a strategy born out of conviction, born out of spiritual belief, or is that a strategy born out of fear? Fear of something that's coming anyway, which is death. I'm just asking. Because if we had that same type of benevolence towards one another, our community would be a lot stronger, wouldn't it? If we had that level of forgiveness that we've shown the United States of America, if we show that same level of forgiveness for ourselves and then learn from our mistakes, whoo. If we look at Black people and say, "Nuh-uh, we're too big to fail. No, we need us. We ain't gonna get nowhere without us." Because I know I've heard us say, we don't get nowhere without white folks. We don't get nowhere without America. We don't get nowhere without. But what about us? What could we do when we show the same saying, stop loving whatever you're loving? But what if you channeled that same love towards your people? What if you channeled that same love, that same tolerance that you have for everyone else? What if you channeled that towards us? What, young brother? What if that dude on the other side of town, what if you forgave his presence like you forgive the Arab's presence on the corner that owned the store? What if you could tolerate that brother? I'm just saying. So I don't engage in talks with that bash Maulana Karanga, that bash Dr. King, that bash Blacks from back then, because I wasn't back then. And I've talked to elders, and I've heard both sides. I've heard elders that say such and such was a turncoat, a sellout. I've heard elders say, yeah, he got squeezed, but he was a good man. This happened, right? And what the conclusion I usually come up with is I don't have the right to judge, but I do have the right to study, analyze, and learn. But if we're going to learn, we need multiple perspectives. Most of this documentary, the commentary, were from autobiographies and biographies from Coretta Scott King and Martin Luther King Sr. The backdrop, that information, you can Google all of that to check the validity on that. The Malcolm quotes were real. Y'all, There was no small price paid for you to be here. Huge price paid. Huge price still being paid, but are we maximizing the opportunity? Are we maximizing the opportunity? Let's not even talk about fighting the system, fighting the power. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about finding the power. I'm talking about using the power. I'm talking about building upon the power. That's all we want to do. That's it. That's it. Don't get hung up on when Europeans get called out for behavior, the government gets called out for this behavior towards black people. That group of people is doing what that group of people felt it needed to do to maintain its power and to survive, and showing us a lesson on the lengths that one could go through in order to maintain power. The level of sacrifice that one must go through in order to maintain power. And I think that one of the keys, and I could be wrong, but I think that one of the keys to the European dominance over the planet has been the lengths that certain nations are willing to go to in order to maintain power. They cross lines that others just won't cross. I mean, when you drop an atomic bomb on people, men, women, and children, who else is going to cross that line? And when you're dealing with somebody or an entity or institutions that's willing to cross those lines that you're not willing to cross, well, then you have to make some decisions. Do I become them? But if I become them, then I'm going to become them towards everybody, even my own. Or can I continue to fight this fire with water? Can I continue to fight that violence with peace? Remember, people call Malcolm X violent, but Malcolm didn't kill no white people. The Nation of Islam is a very peaceful movement, but it's violent in the sense that it's going to be violent with the black dollar, because when 90% of your dollar is going outside of your community, and I build an institution that keeps 90% of it in, that's a violent act to whoever was getting that money. That was violence. That's violent. If we take away the Walton's family yearly Negro bonus, they gonna see that as violence. When we start extracting our children from the public school system, right? You're taking money out of the public school system coffer. They might see that as a violent act. No, I haven't executive sessions. That would be interesting too. And I like this question. You said, what do you think about the blacks? What do you think about the blacks that was already here, aka prisoners of war, aka slave class? Do you think we are the original people of this land and Africans were mixed in with us, or just Africans? I definitely agree with the evidence that Africans were in America, in this part of the world, long before slavery. I haven't been convinced otherwise. Of course, in the mainstream scholars, they debunk it. But, you know, that ain't the first time. At one time, the mainstream scholars said it was science that your brain was smaller than white people's brain, and that you were more closely related to the orangutan than to human beings. That was science at one time. That wasn't just rednecks talking around the fire. So there is a scientific motive. Scientific racism is real. So, yes, I do believe that people of African descent migrated here thousands of years before Columbus, and that you had, of course, you also had people come across the Bering Strait who would be the straight-haired Native American. They would come here too, and from what I've studied, you had darker-skinned indigenous people to the south, and you had lighter-skinned indigenous people to the north in this country. Before slavery, and once we got here, a blending had already happened in certain areas. Okay, in certain areas, a blending had already happened, and I think that one of the reasons why once black people in South Carolina in the Stono Rebellion were able to live among the indigenous people and even go and settle northern and central Florida and protect northern central Florida, behest with a deal with the Spanish from the English for almost 200 years, the ease in which those two cultures merged, the indigenous culture of Florida and African culture, the Gullah Geechee, the reason why it merged was because it was so similar already. It was already a relationship. So yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that. Maybe not to the extent as others. I'm not going to say this is Africa. We don't come. I'm not going to say that, but I will say that the evidence definitely points towards there being an African presence here thousands of years before slavery. Right. So I like them dollar signs, Miss Lamb. Miss Lamb did right, y'all. Hey, oh, brother, put in some work. I appreciate everybody show support. This is what I want you to do though. Like and share the video. Tag 99 people. Right? Tag 99 people. I put in 5 hours. Put in 5 minutes for me. Tag 99 people. Tag as many people as you can into this video. Okay. There will be, and we do have the Global Black History course starting. I would love to be your Black History teacher. Okay, I would love to be your Black History teacher. Let me put this in here. All right, let me put this in here too for everybody to catch it. This is a 5-hour video. Ain't nobody gonna sit and watch this all the way through. I'm gonna have to break this up into 1 hour increments. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna break this up and turn it into a course. That's what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Of course, on the civil rights movement. And I appreciate you all being in here with me and reaffirming it, because I was like, man, am I interrupting too much? And y'all was like, nah, man, keep it going. Keep breaking it down for us. And I hope that by doing that, that was helpful. Right. And so next weekend, and I don't do 5. He said this was like a college course. Thank you. Boom. Let's put that right there. Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Thank you so much. All right. So our Global Black History course starts next week. I promise we don't do 5 hours at a time. Okay. We meet for an hour, no more than an hour and a half every Sunday with our Global Black History course. We're starting next Sunday. I just put the link in the chat. If you want to sign up, we're going to go from ancient Africa all the way up to the present. Right. Ms. Lamb said, I can get in class, but I'm not taking no. You know what? It's all call and response, Miss Lamb. Just like I do with young people, with the youth. It's all call and response. You don't have to take a test. You know what I'm saying? But I will ask you questions. Once I tell you something, I'm going to ask you to repeat back what I said. You know what I'm saying? All right. So the Global Black History course, we're going to talk about ancient African civilizations. We're going to talk about the African global presence. We're going to talk about kings and queens, of course, West Africa, South Africa, Central Africa. We're going to talk about the early African presence in the Americas, the evidence. I'm not a historian. I'm a student of history, but I'm going to point you to the evidence, right? We're going to talk about the Ma'afa and our sojourn over here. We're going to talk about colonialism on the continent of Africa. Okay. All right. We're going to talk about the civil rights movement, Reconstruction, Harlem Renaissance, Black Power movement. We're going to talk about that. And we're going to make it all relate to today, because we only study the past so we can understand the present. We understand the present so we can be prepared for the future. And I would love for y'all to be a part of that. Right. Matter of fact, executive sessions 420. The class that we do is really for the whole family. Okay, but as far as offering class for children, we are about to launch the Uhuru Academy Online Saturday School. Now, we do have a K-12 Academy. Let me start there. I teach Black history to children every day. Let me start there. Every day, like tomorrow morning, I'm going to teach Black history to children. Right. And shout out to UASC International Learning Center here in Columbia, South Carolina, our partners, you know what I'm saying, in building African Center schools throughout the country. Shout out to them. And then Uhuru Academy Online as well. So we have Uhuru Academy Online, which is a K-12 online private school where it's African centered. We teach young people, of course, all of the core courses, math, science, social studies, that sort of thing. But we also focus on entrepreneurship. We focus on vision development, career exploration, right? We focus on ancestor reverence as well. Okay. And yes, we focus on African history, and we blend our story into everything that we teach. The Uhuru Academy has been around since 2010. We are in our 13th year. All right. We're in our 13th year, and we're always enrolling. All right. And that's our K-12 online private school. We currently have about 45 students in around 17 different states, 3 different countries. Right? So yes, I teach students every single day. For more information about that, you want to visit uhuruacademy.com. All right. Also, y'all, I am looking for a powerful, creative preferably young, because not to practice ageism, but young folks be up on the new technology. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking for a web host, a web master. I'm looking for webmaster services. I'm looking for web design services. We have 2 new learning platforms that we are building right now. One called Soma, which is Swahili for read, and another is uhuruacademy.org. That's going to house our private school, our adult education program, and Uhuru University, which is a skills college where you can go online and get certified in just about anything out there that you can get certified in online. We're in the process of building that right now, and we're looking for additional help on our web design team. I want to deal with a Black-owned company. Okay, I want to deal with a Black-owned company. I want it to be reasonably priced. Or if someone would volunteer their efforts, we are a nonprofit. If someone would volunteer their efforts, we will write them into any funding that we get. Right. So that opportunity is there as well. Also, a great opportunity for a young IT specialist, a young techie, a young webmaster who wants to get their feet wet and get a great opportunity while doing some great things for our community to come get involved with the Uhuru Academy as we develop our online presence, further develop our online presence. Yes, Ms. Lamb, we are in Columbia, South Carolina. Matter of fact, the UASC International Learning Center is located in Columbia, South Carolina. Absolutely, and shout out to all of our brother and sister schools all over the country. Shout out to the Ziax Institute, Brother Q Butter in New York. Shout out to Marcus Klein, Freedom Home Academy in Chicago. Shout out to all the member schools of CB, the Council of Independent Black Institutions. Shout out to the new Akibalan STEM Academy, Broward County, Florida. Shout out to Liberated Farms in Detroit, Michigan. Y'all, movements move. And I'm going to tell you something. You rarely see the movers because we busy moving. It's hard to blow up on the internet when you're making moves. You understand what I'm saying? Right here on the ground, right? But shout out to everybody. Hey, support the Uhuru Academy, support African Center Education, like and share this video, sign up for the Global Black History course. Let everybody know. Hey, I don't know what else I can tell you. Happy MLK holiday. But again, celebrate your people today. Celebrate the perseverance and the power of that one of our greatest generations, and that's that generation that lived through the 50s and the 60s that changed the world. Slavery ended 1865. 1965, we was burning down Watts. 66, we formed the Black Panthers. Happy 100-year and freedom anniversary. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna build? Hey man, I love you. I don't mind telling you. All right. Oh, my next live. You know what? I don't know. Join. Okay, subscribe to the Uhuru Academy YouTube channel and get the notifications. All right. Subscribe to the Uhuru Academy YouTube and get the notifications. Okay. Just go to YouTube and go to the Uhuru Academy YouTube channel. All right. And hit notifications. Next time I go live, you'll be the first to know. All right. Hey, I gotta go because guess what? I got work to do. I got to do some lesson planning for this week. I still ain't finished that. So I got to get some work done. I love y'all. Don't mind telling you. Thank you for attending this presentation of In the Hour of Chaos. Play it back, run it back. All right. Enjoy. I love y'all. Peace.